All right, so hello everyone, and thank you so much for joining us here today for day 2 of Worldings, a virtual conference presented by Griffin Art Project. I'd like to begin by acknowledging that Griffin Art Projects is situated on the traditional, ancestral, and unceded territories of the Tsleil-Waututh, Squamish, Musqueam, and Stolo nations, and we are honored and grateful to undertake our work here. I also wanted to mention that we have live captioning enabled. So if you would like to see live captions displayed for today's presentations, you can enable this by selecting the CC live transcription button at the bottom of your screen. And I always just mention that it's not super accurate in particular for names, but we do hope that it's helpful in capturing most of what we are saying today. I also wanted to mention that if for whatever reason you're experiencing any technical issues with the Zoom interface, we are also live streaming today's panels on our Facebook page, on Griffin Art Project's Facebook page. So I will just go ahead and post a link in the chat and you'll be able to watch the events from there as well. Okay, so the last thing I wanted to mention is just that we are using Zoom's webinar format today. And that just means that we cannot see or hear audience members, but we do invite you to get in touch with us using the chat dialog box at the bottom of your screen. We'd love to hear where you're joining from, so feel free to get in touch using the chat. I also wanted to mention that there will be a period at the very end of today's conference day for audience questions during the group discussion and Q&A session. So if you have any questions pop into your head for any of the panelists at any time throughout the presentations, feel free to write them in the Q&A dialog box, and you'll notice that the Q&A is actually separate and just to the left of the chat, and that's where we'll be checking at the end of the conference day for the audience Q&A. At that point, you'll also have the option to ask your questions out loud, and it's always super nice to hear from people directly. But I did just want to mention that we are recording today's webinar talk. So if you do opt to ask your question out loud, your voice will just be captured on that audio recording. Okay, so that is all of my housekeeping notes for today. We are very honored and grateful to introduce you to Elder and Knowledge Keeper Carolyn Moore, who will be welcoming us today. So I will pass it over to you, Carolyn.
Miigwech. Good morning, everybody. I would like to start off with introducing myself. My name is Carolyn Moore. I walk with two spirit names, Blue Sky Woman, Morning Star, and I'm from the Deer Clan. And I introduce myself as Oshawashko Gishko Kwe Wabanu Anung Dishnakaz Wawashkashi Dudam. And that's just to give my saying that it's my name. I'd like to welcome everybody. We've always been a welcoming people, and that's something that I don't ever want to lose, is that ability to welcome people to Turtle Island, or to just any conference or anything, any event that we're holding. So I'd like to say welcome, Miigwech, for coming, and I hope that you enjoy and learn what you need to learn today. I'd like to talk a little bit about gifts. And the teaching that was given to me to teach others was, I went out shopping and it took me a long time to find the perfect gift. And then I wrapped it, and I took my time and I put bows and designs, and I used fancy wrapping paper, and it took me a long time to wrap this gift. And so I gave it to you, and you put it aside, and a month later I might have come to visit and I see that gift there not opened. And then I ask the children, I say, well, how do you think I would feel if you didn't even open that gift that I took so much time to give to you? And then they would answer me, and I'd say, well, how do you think Creator feels when he gives us gifts and we don't even bother to open them? And that's my teaching of the gifts, and that's how I would introduce gifts to children. And then I'd say what our gifts are. And mostly the gifts is to have sharing, caring, and love for everyone. But we have gifts of art. We have gifts of communication. and we have gifts to please others, and that's what we're here for, is to help one another, and that's how I would explain gifts. So I would like to offer a prayer and to get everyone started. I didn't talk a little bit about myself. um, I'm a grandmother, a mother, a grandmother, and a great grandmother, and I started to walk this way, approximately 25 years ago, and I sobered up 25 years ago, and this is the way that I stay sober, is to balance my day and to try and be the best two-legged I could be. So I'll say a prayer to start us off. I have a smudge going here. So I would like to start with a dry smudge first. And how it works is because of COVID and all the virtual things that we had to do, I myself and others felt that the need to be consistent on our teachings and who we are as people and to continue teaching uh, was to, I guess, to just kind of change the ways. But that's part of the wind teaching is when a large wind or a heavy wind goes through, it never leaves anything the same. So we should be prepared for change and how to adapt to that change. So I've done this before where we couldn't smudge in a building, we weren't allowed. So in order to still have that blessing and that smudge to start things off in a good way, I was taught how to do a dry smudge. So I have uh, sage ball here, and I'm rolling it in my hands. So I'd like you to think about uh, the smoke, the smoke from the sage, and how calming just that smell is. And you put it over your head, and that's to get rid of the negativity around you. You do your mind so you think good thoughts, your eyes so you see with kindness, your ears so you can hear everything in a good way, your mouth, the most deadliest weapon in the world. You want to make sure to always speak with kindness. Your heart, because everything comes and goes from your heart. And then your whole being. And that's to make sure that you know that you're not better than anyone else. So when I greet people today, as I'm greeting you, I want you to know that I'm sincere because I smudged today. And I have my eagle feather here that I always pray with, and that's the eagle is to help us to take our prayers to Creator because it's the highest flying bird that Creator ever created, and he represents love and that ability to send our prayers to Creator. Creator, so shawashko gishko kwe wabanu num dishnakas washka shidu dan. Oh, Creator, with the smudge going and the smoke, open that doorway, Creator. Invite in the spirits that's gone, that are helpers and our loved ones that's gone on before us. Bring them in, Creator, to guide us and help us with kindness and love and understanding today. And help us to to have that feeling of enjoyment today and to balance our day in a good way and walk with us always, Creator. Ho miigwech, all my relations. Thank you, everybody. Miigwech.
Thank you so much, Carolyn. That was beautiful. I'd like to now present Griffin Art Project's director, Lisa Baldessera, who will be sharing a few words of welcome this morning. Lisa Baldessera has worked as an independent curator, consultant, and writer, and in curatorial roles in public art galleries in Western Canada since 1999, including senior curator at Contemporary Calgary and chief curator at the Mandel Art Gallery in Saskatoon. She was curator of contemporary art at the Art Gallery of Greater Victoria from 1999 to 2009, where she produced more than 50 exhibitions of local, Canadian, and international artists. Lisa holds MFAs in creative writing from UBC and in art from the University of Saskatchewan, and has recently completed a PhD at Goldsmiths College, University of London. So Lisa, I'll pass it over to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Jazz. And Miigwech, and thank you, Elder Carolyn Moore, with gratitude for your inspiring words and prayer and ceremony as we open today's panels. I'm sure that we all felt that things shift and move as you were speaking. Thank you so much for creating that space for our sharing today. I want to also acknowledge that Griffin Art Projects is an uninvited guest on the traditional, ancestral, and unceded territories of the Tsleil-Waututh, Squamish, Musqueam, and Stolo nations. I am honored to work here as a settler alongside the nations who are the stewards of this land. I'd like to welcome everyone to the second day of the Worldings Conference with gratitude to all the panelists who shared yesterday and all the panelists that will share today. It has been a great honor and so much wisdom and knowledge, and I look forward to today's presentations. We're very grateful to our wonderful conference partner and co-presenter Urban Shaman, and to Dana Warren for their collaboration in the presentation of Worldings. Director Dana Warren will be joining us later this morning as she travels from a performance event which was organized by Urban Shaman, which took place several hours outside of Winnipeg. So we look forward to seeing her a little bit later. We opened the conference yesterday with two very moving and inspiring panels coordinated by Dr. Andrea Walsh and Usha Sejaram from Johannesburg, Andrea in Victoria. Indigenous public art, places, histories, and truths on placemaking and placekeeping, history and truth-telling, and history and truth-making, as well as the color Black on Blackness as a color, as an aesthetic, and multifaceted identity. Both sessions were recorded if you missed them, and they will be available on the Griffin website after the conference concludes. They were both amazing beginnings to the conference, exploring these very diverse areas of production, of work, and of sharing. Today we begin with the panel titled The Collapse, Creative Liberation of Collective Making, moderated by Fala Ofala and Bronwyn Lace of the Center for the Less Good Idea, which seeks to explore collapse, the generative disintegration of first ideas in the process of making, and its movement toward ideas that will follow. We hope you are able to view the films that were shared by the Center in advance of the panel, Commission Continua, Milk and Honey, and Footnotes. For those of you who may have missed them, we will be circulating these after the conference. We're also honored today to follow this panel with a spotlight feature presentation with Gertie Pierre, who is a cultural support worker with the Indigenous Residential School Survivors Society. After Gertie's presentation, we will have the Rhythm of Homing with moderator David Garneau, which imagines alternative presents and futures in which conciliation is a perpetual negotiation and reconciliation is the restoration of good relations, and troubles the colonial-centric practice of decolonization. We'd also like to gratefully acknowledge our collaborative supporters for their generous promotional support and endorsement of the Worldings Conference, Bag Factory International Residency and Exhibition Space, a nonprofit contemporary visual art organization in Newton, Johannesburg, that provides studio space to a cross-generational community of Johannesburg-based artists, as well as regular exhibitions that showcase new work by emerging artists for a wider public. We also thank the Center for the Less Good Idea, who you'll be hearing from this morning, at Interdisciplinary Hub for Experimentation and Support, which creates and supports experimental, collaborative, and cross-disciplinary art projects. Following the secondary idea, the concept of failure and trusting in where the process of creative works leads. The center is founded by William Kentridge to support, quote, those less good ideas coined to address the first idea's cracks, arguing that in the act of playing with an idea, you can recognize those things that you didn't know in advance, but knew someone would do. We also thank the Faculty of Media, Art and Performance at the University of Regina and its Dean Ray Stason and David Carnot, Professor of Visual Arts, who you will also be hearing from in our second panel today. The panels have been organized to begin at a time when both Canadian and South African presenters and audiences can join in on both sides of the world. This morning's South African panel has been pre-recorded, and we will be joined live by the panelists afterward. This has been done to account for the challenges in the winter power grid in South Africa. We invite the audience to stay on to join the conversation at the end of both panels today, as well as a hangout session, which will take place at the very end of the day for those who wish to linger and continue the discussions informally, as we would have done if we were lucky enough to be gathered together in the same room in person. Each panel is an hour and 15 minutes, followed by a short break. And we'd like also to thank our funders, the Winnipeg Arts Council, Manitoba Arts Council, North Vancouver Recreation and Culture, the Griffin Foundation, Canada Council for the Arts, and Canadian Heritage. Thank you again for your presence here today, and we look forward to another exciting day of presentations.
Thanks so much, Lisa. So as Lisa just mentioned, the first panel of the day is The Collapse, Creative Liberation of Collective Making, and it's moderated by Bronwyn Lace and Pala Okaditsi-Pala of the Center for the Less Good Idea. And as Lisa mentioned, this panel is pre-recorded, but the panelists will be here with us today for the group discussion and Q&A at the very end of today's conference. So I'd like to begin before sharing the video by introducing the moderators. Bronwyn Lace is a visual artist. Site specificity, responsiveness, and performativity are central to her practice. Bronwyn's focus is on the collaborative relationships between art and other fields, including the natural sciences, museum practice, philosophy, and literature. In Johannesburg, South Africa, Lace has developed a combination of introspective, process-led studio practice and a gregarious, collaborative, communal practice. In 2016, Bronwyn joined William Kentridge in the establishing and animating of the Center for the Less Good Idea in Johannesburg. And today, Bronwyn is a director on the board of the center and is living and practicing in Vienna. Next, I'd like to introduce Bronwyn's co-moderator for this panel, Pala Okaditsi-Pala, who you'll meet in the recording in just a moment, but who will also be here live with us today for the group discussion. Pala Okaditsi-Pala is a multi-award-winning storier in the form of a theater maker, director, and dramaturg whose works have won awards in South Africa, the USA, the Czech Republic, and Australia. He is also the animateur for the Center for the Less Good Idea. His works champion emotional and psychologically stimulating storying as a uniquely African aesthetic. His work and interests are on methodologies of making and creating work in ways that collapse and disrupt conventional forms. So it's a great pleasure to share with you this panel.
For being here, for joining us. We're calling you all from Johannesburg and from the space of the Center for the Less Good Idea, in which our frequent collaborators, friends, and artists working at the center join myself, Bronwyn Lace, and animateur for the center, Pala Okaditsi-Pala, who can just give a little wave. We will be moderating and helping the conversation to flow this evening as two of the people who have the great fortune and also responsibility in giving the center its momentum and its life as an incubative space for the arts across the disciplines, a space that focuses on process and focuses on collaboration, and a space that was founded by William Kentridge, who is the artist whose work is featured currently at Griffin Arts in the exhibition, the colander. And of course, William is not just the founder of the center and its greatest supporter, but he is also a fellow maker in the context of Johannesburg and a space that celebrates and gives capacity to secondary thinking. So much of the work that is within the exhibition resonates at the center, where the center focuses on the performative. And within any of the disciplines, the way in which the performative and embodied thinking brings us to new understandings about our contexts. So I'm going to begin with a brief introduction to the artists who join us tonight, starting with Dominique Gumede, who can just give a wave. Dom is a playwright, a theatre maker, and also a television and filmmaker and director. He was one of the first curators of our inaugural season back in 2016 when the centre launched, and was responsible for giving a very particular quality and life to the centre as it began to find itself as a really experimental space, and a space from an organizational perspective that was allowed to take risks. And it was such a privilege to have Dom lead us into this way of working, which is now 5 to 6 years later. Next to Dom is Vusi Umdoi. Vusi is the most fabulous collaborator and has joined us in multiple seasons at the center. He is a pantsula, a performer, a mover, and an enormously impactful activist in Johannesburg through the art and act of dance, which has given platform and space to multiple dancers, both in South Africa and abroad. Next to Vusi is Bongile Zulu, who is a musician, a flautist, a vocalist, the current curator of Season 8, which is being created as we speak, and which we hope to open up at the end of the year, all things going our way. Bongi is also a regular collaborator at the center, and just an enormously talented performer, somebody who is able to write and move across the disciplines with ease, somebody who encourages a kind of collaboration that is not easy to come by, because it is one that involves a level of rigor, and one that really helps us to understand that the less good idea is not a bad idea. It's not the idea that requires less of oneself. It is the idea that comes after the good idea, where you've given your whole self to manifesting the good idea, only to recognize that there are things that you didn't know to bring to the process, but that the context has brought to that process. And so it's been fabulous to recently witness Bongi at work and play in the context of the Red Bridge project in Luxembourg, where she and artists she invited represented the center and incubated a scratch performance for international audiences that was received with great pleasure. Next to Bongi, we have Tony Miambo. Tony is an enormously celebrated performer and actor in the context of South Africa and internationally. From the first season, Tony has been a collaborator and seminal to the development of the processes and the methodological approaches we have at the center. He was a guest performer with his Kafka's Ape, which is co-created by himself and Pala. And that was in our first season. But Tony was also a performer within Dom's Jeru, which took its lead from Wale Soyinka's The Trials of Brother Jeru, and also a performer of a Beckett, which was directed and very much brought to us by Dom's love of Samuel Beckett, which has continued to be a feature, the life of Beckett in the work that we do with the Centre for the Less Good Ideas. So during our hardest lockdown last year, Tony and Dom, together with Billy Langer and Gemma Khan and Jane Taylor, created a full program based on waiting for Godot and that sort of absurd moment of waiting that we all found ourselves in the midst of the pandemic, resonating in the text that Beckett brought us so long ago. So that's an introduction, brief, to these magnificent humans we sit before us. Now we hope for a dialogue about the works that they have made and works that I have not necessarily mentioned in this introduction. These are other works and works that we feel in the context of the Worldings conference, in the context of talking about unique histories and the precarity of globalization and colonialization, what it means to be a performer and an artist, and to be utilizing resistance and resilience in this current moment, in a post-colonial context, and what it means to be liberating ourselves even from that very heavy and often very particular understanding of post-colonial. So I'm going to hand over, and perhaps we can begin with the artists giving some introduction to the works that we've chosen to show you and that they would like to speak to. I'll begin with Dom.
Thank you for the very generous introduction, Bron. It's a pleasure to be here. I just do have to say that the Waiting for Godot was Paula's. My only hand in that regard is I was playing Godot off stage somewhere. But we share an affinity and a love for Beckett, as has been the case with much of the work here. I'm Dom Gumede. As you've said, I'm a writer, director, producer, and I was the director, writer of Milk and Honey that was co-conceptualized and revisited and choreographed between Nhlanhla Mahlangu, who I've worked with for a long time, Billy Langer and Alfred Mutlapi. Alfred and Billy were the performers, and they also co-conceived much of the movement that we worked with.
Great.
Thanks, B. Hi, everyone. My name is Vusi Mulane Mdoi. I'm a Pansula practitioner. I grew up in the township of Katlehong, and I've been brought in the Pansula culture. And with this piece, Footnotes, I've collaborated with great collaborators, two percussionists, who is Voli Chabileng and Mika Mangaye, and also a choreographer, a great choreographer and a dancer, Tabu Rapoho. So it was not a perfect idea. We didn't have really a great structure, when we wanted to approach, in this piece. There's a lot of things that we got to explore, but because we're at the Center for the Less Good Idea, and it has always been welcomed, for an example, like the Pansula culture. And when we look at the history of Pansula, it has always been a product of rejection. So to be welcomed at this space, having an opportunity to be in these institutions, where we never got to have an opportunity to be part of, it has always been a great pleasure. So I welcome myself at the Less Good Idea, as Pansula has always been a less good idea.
Hello, I'm Bongile Kgorata Letsoge Zulu, and I am curating season 8 here at the center. And I am going to speak today about the breath refrain and the beginnings of the making of the breath refrain, which was started at the Talent Lab, at the Red Bridge Festival, and I had the great pleasure of collaborating with Zasha Zacchius, Iman Isaacs, and Mika Manganye.
Hi, my name is Tony Bonani Miambo. I am the co-conceptualizer, performer in Commission Continua, which I co-conceptualized alongside Pala O Pala. Was also born from some explorations here at the Center for the Less Good Idea. We continue the incestuous ways of the season. We have Dom as our Kailike as our dramaturg. We have a brilliant stage manager, Dimagazzo, who also moonlights here at the center as other things. And we work alongside a sound designer by the name of Zain. So the work is an ongoing collaborative exploration, and it's been interesting to watch its growth through the opportunities that have been afforded by the center, not because of nepotism in any way, but because I think it's meaningful work to be exploring at this time. Yeah.
Hi, my name is Pala Okeditse Pala, and I'm the animator at the Center for the Less Good Idea, and I'm a storia. I like to call myself a storia more than a theater maker or a storyteller, because I think when one says they are storyteller, they are only privileged in the form as a telling, and the speaking is only one form of, doing stories. And I've done silent stories and other forms of, conveying, stories. I mean, Tony has just, mentioned nepotism. I would like to, state that the kind of nepotism that we welcome at the center is that nepotism it does exist, and we are not, thinking of it as a bad thing. Is that, the arts themselves, knowing other people and wanting to collaborate with other people that can, look, nepotistic, can also look, favoritistic, or like favoritism, or, I'm running out of ways to explain it. But the thing that is, important is that when people have worked together or would like to work together, it's a welcome thing. That's the genesis of, collaboration, is that you are all seeing the same kind of a thing. You are you are like-minded, and because you are like-minded, you like to explore the same, kind of thing. So it is a welcome thing, and it's one of the things that, began the impetus at the center. Because I know so and so, because William knew, Dom, and, and those, these are the people I like to work with. So that's the kind of the welcome nepotism that is there, is to say these things do exist, and we acknowledge them in that kind of a way. We know others because we have worked with them, we have interacted with them, we're interested in their work, and that is what has got the center this far. And the title of today's panel is the collapse, the liberation of collective making. And as everybody was mentioning their collaborators there, this is one of the seminal things at the center, where the seasons are designed in such a way that we select curators, a team of at the center between myself, Bronwyn, William, and the center's team, Noah, Zain, and Dimakazo would select the curators, and then those curators themselves will select the kind of artists that they would like to work with. And often when people come together, things begin to shift in different ways. And it is in the trust of, understanding that we just only put out a kind of a provocation to the curators, and they extend that provocation, to the artists. We normally have, two seasons in a year. It has only been an anomaly with COVID that we are unable to do the seasons in the way that we would like to do. And that kind of collective making of people coming together and giving each other energy and giving each other time, and the center providing the space, is the context from which the title of this panel is derived. And as such, there's works that have been reimagined or created at the center becomes, the subject matter of the process of the trust and the investment in the doubt, in the uncertain, in the unknown, that is, often the seed, at the center. So yeah, Bron, go ahead.
So thanks, Pala. I think that the collapse, of course, is the title of what we've put forward as a provocation for this particular conference, and I thought it would be great to just open it up to the four of you and to say, what does that mean to you in the context of your processes, in the context of not only the incubating of new work, which you've all done at the center, but also in the showing of work that exists. In the case of Kafka's Ape, for example, and Milk and Honey, where you revisited it, Dom. What does the act of collapse sort of elicit for you in your process, if you reflect on it a bit? Is there anything generative about it?
I think absolutely. I think that was one of the things that was great for me about having the opportunity to revisit Milk and Honey in this context, was to unshackle it. The work speaks to a number of key touch points. Decolonization, the history of land, its contemporary and its historical roots, as the work reflects on, and I'm sure we'll have an opportunity to speak about that a little bit more. But, its particular context in its first iteration was, framed in a very particular way, because I went back and I wrote a script, and even at that stage, I had collaborators, and we revisited, but ultimately it was confined to the page. And I think that one of the joys of the center, and one of the joys that has been over the years at the center, is the opportunity to escape that from time to time, and to be able to collapse constructs, to be able to allow new ideas to form and new experiences to form from that perspective. And in many ways, that's the work of decolonization, right? Is the idea of collapsing structure that came sometimes in arbitrary or grotesque or inappropriate manners. And those structures seek to frame. They seem to frame the shackle wearers. They seem to also frame, colonial masters in that regard. So in many ways, the ability to reframe the work in and of itself, that collapse was a new and wonderful generative experience within the context of the center, and actually brought, I feel, a completely new nuance that I wasn't able to achieve by myself on the page. That's the great thing about the less good idea. It's also what Keith Johnson refers to as resisting the first impulse. And yeah, you're right, you draft, writing is drafting, but resisting the impulse sometimes also means the impulse to go to the space where one knows, which is the space of formality, which is the space of structure, which is the space of structure in the sense that there is a idea around how you're supposed to conduct or see out a particular impulse. So for me, that was a joy in that the collapse gave a completely new nuance to a work that was originally envisaged for an ensemble cast and formalized through the script on the page, and allowed us a new attack into identity, into meaning making, into the probing of land, into the land as a locus for identity explored within the lives of the collaborators.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of what Dom says resonates with me as well. But I think for me, the layer of collapse that I've come to unpack over the past few years of working at the center was the ability that having access to a space like this that is also in its own sort of level of growth and formation allowed me to think about the ways in which I existed as a maker and as an artist outside of the space, which was really around subscribing to whatever ideas and opportunities are available as an access to you. And they're not many. So your idea of making, your idea of the liberation of how your work begins to live is very limited, simply because the access to space is limited. The exploration around how we can collaborate is limited. And so that becomes very much the formation of how you make work or you fight for work. So the interesting shift that had to happen was we moved from a space where we had to feel like we were fighting for the work to live all the time, to the space where we're exploring the possibilities around how Kafka's Ape could live in multiple spaces in whatever way that it could. I think it's an opportunity that's also opened me up, and I think Pala, if he'll agree, as makers, because we now all of a sudden weren't living confronted with the limitations of the industry. We were living to find the opportunities of where we could make the work speak and how we could make the work speak. So at that level, there was an interesting collapse that happened. And I think making work here, the beginning also of what became multiple works in the space, also was interesting in that for the first time, one wasn't asked to come with all the answers, or one wasn't asked to come with kind of the comprehensive understanding of how it is that they want to explore, why they want to explore it. And sometimes the smallest thing can be a provocation that makes a work live in incredible ways. And that's also another collapse that happened in the way in which I used to think work needs to happen. I used to believe that there needs to be a script. I used to believe that there needs to be somebody who guides in a particular way. But now that is constantly being challenged by the way in which work is being born here at the center.
Well, I just wanted to say, for me, speaking, Dom, Tony, and I have been collaborators since university, days. My refusal to the form has been, what was my kind of clash with, my lecturers at university, because I was always constantly wanting to do work in a different kind of way. I remember having done Ungasabi at Vets and, as a student, and wanting to open doors for people to walk in and out as and when they wanted, which was not the theater etiquette, at the time. You needed to do something for a certain period of time, and then people, would come in, watch a production. I had, because I was exploring spirituality with the piece, I had then said people can come in and out of the piece as and when they want, because they also, as audience members, have a choice to do. And the only space that has been able to allow me to, and not see the strangeness in my approach, has been the Center for the Less Good Idea. I remember doing Agnes of God here, John Pielmo's Agnes of God. And my Agnes of God was an African, interpretation of what it is that I thought Agnes of God was. And then one of the actresses fell ill, the psychiatrist, and then the question was, how do we proceed? And then sound was the answer. We're like, okay, she can be able to record her voice, and then we'll place her voice as an obscure thing where Agnes is speaking to, and remembering the voice of the psychiatrist as the voice of God. Which space, allows you to, other spaces could have been, the instinct of other spaces could have been find another actress. But the challenge at the center is find a way. It's not find, it's not dictatorial. So now you are in a space where you are thinking beyond the box, you are thinking outside of the box, you are thinking inside of the box, because also we have made it like thinking inside the box is a problem. So we are thinking inside, outside, within the box. You are finding the box, you are looking at the box, you are standing on top of the box, you are lifting the box, and you find answers. And for me, that kind of a liberation has been, a thing that is quite interesting as the collapse of the methodology. But also when things collapse, you are held. And actress falls ill, you are held. You don't feel like you are being questioned why people are ill, and you are praying that, wish people don't fall ill in this, period, because then the production will be cancelled. So that for me has been one of the most beautiful things. And I think as the animateur now, it was quite informative for me. I started, quite outside. You are coming in as a guest. performer, and then, you are a collaborator along the way in other seasons, and then you are a curator, and then you are the animator. So for me, it was quite. I had the full throttle of what it is, to be at the center for the Let's Good Idea and witness many collapses of other things and what the best of the collapse, gives. And that has been, the beauty. It is really generative. It is also allowed, a kind of a growth as an artist to think about the alternative ways. Anything to say?
Well, I wanted to say that Vusi's words, Pantsula as a less good idea, this product of rejection, this project that is resistance, is such a gorgeous mirror to what I think we're attempting to do at the center. So I wanted to just highlight that a little bit and say that it's been fascinating to me of late, particularly because I'm now based in Europe and I'm in a particular kind of conversation with many European institutes who have a lot of the time who have been around for a lot longer, who have much bigger resources than we would, for example, in Johannesburg, and who nevertheless the center is really able to compete with, for lack of a better term, in terms of the quality and quantity of extraordinary performance work that's coming out of this actually, relative to other spaces, rather modest space in the context of South Africa, Johannesburg, which within the global art scene sits very much in a kind of peripheral position. So those words of peripheral, that idea of these kinds of projects of rejection and resistance, and in the framework of this decolonial term. I was recently being interviewed by a student in Germany who's completing her PhD on decolonialism, and she was using the center as a case study. And she said to me, so at the beginning of all your processes, what is your manifesto? How do you ensure that you are in fact decolonial in your process? And so after stifling my laugh, as you have just done, I said, no, I think the term never comes up. I don't think we sit and sort of decide to produce work that is decolonial. We're producing work that is context and site specific in a place that is both still colonized, still suffering from the context of apartheid South Africa, and liberating itself from it. And so this was a very interesting question for me, because it was one that I hadn't ever thought of myself. But at the same time, I realized that it is such a strong, overarching umbrella pursuit for many institutions across the world. And how to get to that is the big question, I think, for many spaces. And so when we hold that mirror up and we look at this, for example, what Vusi's brought to the table, this, what Pantsula is, I'd love to reflect a little bit on that, because in the making of the center as an organization, as an institution, we had a liberty, we had a freedom to create an institution in the same way that you create an artwork, through trial and error and by taking risks. But we were also allowed to release ourselves from the assumption of knowing what best practice in contemporary art making looks like. And so the fact that we don't have a committee of people who sit separated and in a kind of passive way, looking at PDF proposals that are supposed to be distilled, finalized ideas that then go through to be made, I think has got to do with what makes this space, in retrospect, in looking back at the work, something that people are labeling now as a decolonial project, or work that's coming out of it is somehow revolutionary in quality. And so releasing ourselves from those assumptions, understanding that bureaucracy in the context of South Africa's history, and sort of best practice administrative legal processes that somehow sometimes stand for a misunderstanding of ethics, in the context of the absurdity and the perversity of apartheid, which was all legal, remember? It was on paper, it had its processes, and yet was this, as we've said, this unbelievable perverse absurdity that we're still trying to release ourselves from on every level of humanity. So these are the things that I think about, and when I think about it in the context of your work, Vusi, and your meditation on Pantsula, but also the way that you break the rules of even Pantsula often, and what you continue to invent in the space. If I think about it in the context of Commission Continua, where you use the very language of the commissions made to make political and legal and financial sense of these events that resonate in the country, and you're able to make a kind of a music with it, Tony. So that's what I wanted to sort of say. How, maybe you can begin, Vusi, because you gave us the seed. What is Pantsula as this project of rejection?
Okay, for me, I'll start to go back, because Pantsula, it's personal, it's a way of life, it's a creative human expression. And as a person who is coming from a background where there's so much of displacement in people, because of the problems that were created also by apartheid, the history of the environments, and the ideas that were imposed to people within those environments. And you'll find that in the Pantsula community, it's a community, it's communal. It's a community where we pull resources together. And when going back to having to help each other as people, I was born in a train. And there were people who helped my mom, so that I can be safe. And then as I grew up, and I was also exposed into Pantsula dance, as Pantsula is a culture, that comprises of language, survival, fashion, music, and being smart, and also having to take care of each other, and having to come from an environment like the rest of us who grew up in the townships, or coming from rural backgrounds, where we are a family of 7 within a small 400 square meter, and having to be 7 families and sharing 1 toilet. But there's so much that has been imposed to us, and having to be mentally arrested, and having to be taught to think out of the box, and while we just have to get out of the box, And for me, having to be at the center, and being allowed to be me, and having to express this creative human expression, particularly looking at this work, one looks back on how he was raised, and the type of education that was also introduced to him, so that he can be a better person, because we're given names. For an example, my name is Vusumzi. It means wake up, build a home for your family, and build a village with your community. So having to come from there, and then now you have that kind of a responsibility, and the gap that has to be filled, and towards contributing in the society to be the society that can be welcomed, that can be successful. The education that I was introduced to due to limited funds, and then I got to be trained as a computer clerk, and then having to type 50 words per minute, And then, and now, one thought that, you could be able to build that home for your family and build a village with your community. But the reality is that when you look back, it's not possible, and having to look at the footnotes and having a relation with me, having to be fast, when it comes to typing. And then with the pansula, if you're a pansula dancer, you must have a magic feet. And you must be familiar with the rhythm. And it also represents a force of gravity, because of it comes also from our ancestors. When we dancing and chanting, we are not on the, high positions. We are always, on the ground and firm and strong and very rhythmic. So, with me having to look at those two relations, and to the work, and one, started to go back and think of, I have a strength with my feet. And then now there's this typewriter here, and I have a relationship with the typewriter. However, when I dance, I don't have that much of strength, using my hands, but I have a strength using my feet. So now I would like to explore, because life has always been a challenge. So I wanted to always challenge myself for betterness. So I had to challenge myself to try now with this magic feet to try to type, to do the magic that I could do with my hands, typing 50 words per minute, and now later on, having to struggle, trying to type as a person who's also, familiar with the rhythm. And then, we looked around, at the center, and then there was an exploration of a bubble rack, and to try to type, in the bubble rack, and also dance and also make rhythm, and that was also another first exploration with the piece. And then later on, there were 3 collaborators that were invited also. The 2 percussionists that I've mentioned, Mika and also Voli, to also try to do some magic with the typewriters, but building rhythms so that we can have sort of like a communication. And then having to put also Tabo as also a choreographer, as a dancer. And then now we looked into this, but now we didn't want to do a normal, way of approaching things, to sort of like just make rhythms and do the dance. And then we asked ourselves more on what is it that we can come up with, and that's when also Paula came into, the picture, having to really explore other ideas, and also having this background of homes, broken families, and having to look at, after 1994, because people had to rebuild homes, Reconstruction and Development Program, the RDPs. And now you look at the displacement that is taking place, with the evictions, and having to imagine myself now back into that office as a computer clerk and having to type those messages, to whom it may concern. So it means that the work that I was going to be doing, I was not going to be aware of many damage that I will be doing also to other people, because of when you're working at the office space and you only just being a typer or a clerk, you just get orders to type whatever that you need to type, but you don't know where it's going. And then it could also end up into having somebody who's leading somebody to go and evict somebody. And that's somebody who gets to be evicted and then gets to be, all over the place and be displaced. So that's where, all these ideas, came about, having to question ourselves, where we're coming from, and also our careers and who are we, and then and the impact that we do indirect just because of we are mentally arrested.
Amazing.
As you were speaking, Bron, this like the image of applying for funding from institutions, and there's that question that where they ask you, how will your piece there's a checkbox. How will your piece
Impact.
enable the social cohesion or enable the development of a community? At that time, I don't know. I really don't know. And I think it's been very interesting because even the invitation from season 1 with Dom, he had a very particular idea. This is the work we'll be exploring. I think you could be great in this kind of way. Whereas in Pala's season, when he was curating, his invitation to me was, I want you to be part of the season. I was like, okay, what are we doing? He was like, I don't know, we'll see. That was my invitation to the season where the work was born. And then I sat, and then people were talking about all of the amazing things that they're doing. And then I said, well, I've been listening to a lot of commissions lately. and that kind of then, started to build on other ideas. And then one day I came in and I had the impulse to use a photocopy machine. So I dispossessed the office here at the center of the photocopy machine. And they allowed me to photocopy images of myself. I photocopied other artists in the room. I photocopied myself. It was just a photocopy mess. And really, that's the only way I can describe it. And that's the way in which the work was born. And often, I felt very suffocated by this idea of what will my work do? Who will it speak to? How will it speak? What will it mean to people? How will it change? I don't know. Mm-hmm. What I know is what it is that I'm thinking about, what it is that I'm meditating on, what it is that I'm trying to answer for myself as a maker. And my provocation was around the idea of how it is that the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, at the tone of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission sounded very much like all of the other commissions that we were having. And yet these circumstances and the investigations are so different. That thing, I was at odds with that. Is why is this process making and sanitizing this event to sound like everything, to sound the same, which is why sound became an important part of Commission Continua. And I think the freedom to just come in and to say, I don't know, I want to explore an image, I want to explore a sound, I want to explore an idea is a very liberating one. And also a very daunting one in that all of a sudden you're not, often when people come into a rehearsal between me and Pala, it feels like we're fighting because Pala gives me the freedom to go, when he says, do you understand? And I say, no, I don't understand. Let's talk. Or I disagree, as opposed to this is how it's going to happen because I am the director and the director says you must move there. I was like, but I don't have the impulse to move there. I don't understand why I must go there. And so often our rehearsals are a mixture of like hugs and arguments and disagreements and doing and celebrations when we find things. When I bring in material that I've written and he disagrees with it, I hate him for a moment and then we rewrite the material and then we move on. So, so to be able to work in that way is interesting because it in and of itself is a kind of a liberation around what it is that we've come to understand as ways of working, as ways of understanding. And it becomes critical in a work like Commission Continua because for me the piece is about not being able to place and understand because it doesn't make sense. Humanity and our placement and the decisions that we've made don't make sense. Yet we set up all of these mechanisms to try and understand ourselves, and we go through a process where people reveal themselves and we come out on the other end and we make the same mistakes. The COVID pandemic is clear example of that, where we've gone, guys, nobody can be free unless we're all vaccinated. Yet people are hoarding vaccines. And when there's a new variant that comes up, we ask how that happened. But we understand what it is that needs to happen for the world to be free globally of the pandemic, of the disease. So these are the kinds of things. And so in this context, the work then starts to resonate meaning in that place, which is something we could have never anticipated. We could have never said there'd be a pandemic and our work will mean something. We could have never said there'll be another commission and our work will mean something. And so there's a freedom in being able to make in the moment that you are within the things that you're thinking about, and still that work finding a way to resonate beyond that moment.
Yeah. I mean, Tony, what you've just said also makes me think about one of the first works that Bongile made at the center in collaboration with Calvin Ratlade, which was Godologue in Gauteng, and where there was this impulse to take Lucky's monologue from Waiting for Godot, this sort of however many minutes of this rambling nonsense that you typically experience, and to interweave it with found public text, from street pole advertising to headlines in the news to what you're hearing on the radio all the time, and a kind of weird advertising, and it continues to be this sort of there is this Beckettian quality. It has this sort of not I 11 minutes of from birth to death existential crisis, as well as very relevant to this particular moment. And seeing Bongi perform it with Calvin again recently, last month, this time in Luxembourg, and bring new public text, new moments, because it was made some years ago in the 5th season at the center. Bongi, that kind of embracing of nonsense, that resisting of sense, that's a feature in a lot of your work and your thinking at the moment.
Yes, it is. I'm a fan of absurdity, just as a thing for myself. But there's, this line, this linear way of making, this conventional way of making has not served me, and I don't think it serves many, many people who are in the craft of making, and regardless of what the making or what the product is intended to be. And oddly enough, the intention was to not make sense, but every time Calvin and I sit down to re-look Godologue, there's sense that we find in it. And maybe it's the connection that we have around the work, the collaboration, that there's a relationship there between us now where we're just like, oh my gosh, do you hear what this is saying? And it's like, yeah. And I'm sure it's lost on the people who are on the receiving end, but we are in there knowing exactly what we're saying and exactly what we mean. And then when you walk off stage, you're like, but actually, did you discover the other meaning that we missed? So now it's something completely different with each performance, with each reading, with each time we sit down to write. That unmaking of sense to make new sense and nuisance, nonsense, sense. There's something around meaning and sense and a lack thereof.
Extend that to breath refrain.
I'm getting there. There've been a lot of things that were said. I had a plan. I had a real plan. But now,
now the less good idea emerges.
Let's go in. So, I mean, there've been a lot of things that have been said. Number one, let me just look at this title that we're working with, liberation. I think the thing that liberated me the most as a person who makes is the need for it to A, conform, and then B, the need for it to be liked by whoever. The moment I realized I don't need you to like my work, I was like, life is fine. Has it shifted something in you? That means something to me. If you thought something or felt something or it sparked something, then I'm happy, but you don't need to like it. And that was the most liberating experience for me on this path. And then walking into a space like the center where you're just like, okay, here is the space where I can be all of the things that I know myself to be or that I know I can do. And also I want to try other things, and this space allows it. It can happen all at once or in pieces and in parts. So you feel like, yes, here I am and I can do whatever I want to do. I have all these great ideas. They are fabulous. Enter the collapse. And this for me is an experiential thing where coming to that understanding of the idea is great. And in as much as you say you don't like to conform, here you are doing the things that have always been done in the way that it has always been done. And that collapse is a heartbreaking thing. It's winding for me. I'm just like, but now what? And it invites a regression almost. So there is the idea, and here the idea was the provocation of breath and mythology. And for me, that was immediately intriguing because that's my work. I'm a flute player, I'm a flautist, I teach, I'm a vocalist. So breathing is, in essence, not just my life force, but my way of living and my way of making a living as well. So it was a great idea, and I was like, fantastic. How about a breath choir? Because, choir, orchestra of breaths, that's right up my alley. And then you invite people to collaborate, and everybody comes with their own ideas and disciplines, and it's just this melting pot of fantastic things. And now you're trying to figure out what the flavor profile is of this thing as a person who's nurturing the idea or leading the collaboration. Like, okay, what is this thing? And you arrive at something, and it's not the thing. It is your idea or your imposition of what the thing is. And that's the collapse. And that's the breakdown of like, why am I here? Why do I even bother? Why do I do this? What's the meaning of my life? Like, I don't know. Brian, what must I do? Palaidona. Jesus. And then comes that falling back, like falling into the crack, breaking into the breaks, and leaning into the brokenness and the way the otherness of it, because that's what serves the work and not your idea. And coming back to the beginning without retracing your steps. And then you land at what, in this instance, was an iteration of the breath refrain, which is now, it's no longer just a choir, it's no longer what I do and how I do it. There are all these other voices. And then there's conflict and there's discomfort, and those are all the things that you just like lean into it. And then the waiting, the patience, and the desire for the norm, like you're saying, Dom, there's a structure and a way things happen. And you crave that, but you have to allow yourself to just be uncomfortable. It's not nice sometimes. And other times it's magical, it's exciting, and you're just like, yes, this chaos, it tickles me, it's amazing. And then finding, again, re-navigating, renegotiating, and then re-inviting the collaboration and revisiting and, killing your darlings and kissing your monsters and being like this. I love it, but it's not for this. It doesn't serve the work. I'm being precious. Or that seemed like a really, like a really bad idea or a really idea, but it's the one, actually. That's where it was.
I so identify with what Bong is saying, because I'm a structure nut. I love the idea of it. I hold on to it. It's my safety blanket. I go to bed with it gives me comfort. Yes. It's the way of being in the world. And a lot of my early making was like that. It must be pristine. It must be clean. It must be rhythmical. It must be ordered to the place of, almost frenzy. And that's not to say that one didn't have a sense of improvisation and play and life in how they went about. But structure was really, a bedrock in my early time as an artist that was really important to me. And I think it also comes from our perceptual understanding of what it means to be an artist, what it means to be taken seriously, what it means to be a Black South African, what it means to be, in that context. It's like, see me nice and clean and smiling and give me an opportunity because I've gotten to the place where I'm ready for it. And I think that one of the beautiful challenges, and also, I love making television, but also sometimes television demands that. It demands, the rigidity of a form in a way in which the output is credible and understood and can be banked and put on the conveyor belt. And part of what was so great from the first season to then being able to come and do the other side of the coin, because in the first season, when William, you're reflecting on what was the manifesto, when we're sitting and we're having lunch and William's like, the manifesto is there will be no proposals. The manifesto is that there will be no manifesto. The manifesto is that we're all here not to make manifesto.
The anti-manifesto.
So that, it's like I was panicking. And I'm thinking, Bron, we had a great lunch at Doppio Zero. Why didn't you warn me? Here I am now. And, what will become of me? So it's in that process and that you actually allow the and what next. Because, that's not to say that there's a problem with structure or there's a problem with, being able to apply rigor, as you say, because rigor is important in sometimes helping you reinterpret, re-understand, rediscover. But the rigor and rigidity often sometimes get conflated in artistic process. And I think that's the beauty of where we are now, is that the collapse is informed by, there's an exceptionally talented, hardworking group of individuals that have passed through the center who make their bread and butter on an exceptional rigor, but they have escaped the need for the rigidity that sometimes gets latched or put next to that, whether it's a commercial imperative, whether it's a socio-political imperative. And it makes me think about the joy of what actually happens and the connection between what Bong is talking about and commission, because, Jacob Dlamini in Native Nostalgia reflects on this, that, weak regimes that seek power, they do so through bureaucratic means. So the actually, and the weaker the regime it is, the more dangerous it is, because then one can't predict what the regime will do to stay in control. So it's almost like the need to make bureaucratic order comes from this incessant anxiety that the regime will no longer stand, and that's what makes it lash. That's what gives it, the danger of colonialism, the danger of apartheid. The danger of that is actually its weakness that is the most potent in terms of its results to people, because as much as then we're going to hyper obsess about categorization, on the other side of that, we're going to step outside of that categorization to go that there must be a special subsect of the police that can kill these people. So it's in constant negation of itself in a way that doesn't make sense. And then that's what the Land Act does if you think of milk and honey. It puts you in a position where you go, now we're going to say there's a formal annexure of this section and there's a formal delineation there. And for some reason, God deemed and willed that is how it will be. And then 100 years later, you've got people, that work to justify themselves within the context of someone else's regimenting, and that's I'm always having the Fanon-Foucault fight in my head, where Fanon is like the subalternate must speak, but it still gives the mainstream or contemporary power, right, in that context. I'm always trying to elevate myself to be good enough. And then Foucault is like, no, man, those rules are so outdated. The language is outdated. The structure is outdated. You need to step outside of that paradigm to have, a new sense of being. And that's what the collapse does, is it informs your ability to maneuver and navigate in a way that is outside of the paradigm that has been framed for you and your context. Mm-hmm. And that's the power of what the artistic process does, is it gives you a new and then what?
Mm-hmm. It's quite interesting, and we're just under 10 minutes, left with about 10 minutes.
I've got a very strict timekeeper, to just, contain things. And I mean, mine would be, I've listened to all of you, and it's quite beautiful to listen to this, in a way of the kind of words that are coming out, speaking about the word. I mean, there's something that Bron said about, things being on paper. And it's quite interesting how the paper has become the authority. That which is written is the thing. Then when you come into work, because your things are not written, it is in the body. It's like we are taking things of the body whole, and then we put them on paper, and then all of a sudden, when they are on paper, they are the authority. And that's the very same, kind of notion that footnotes contests. This is Vusi saying, I'm a 50, word type of a guy in the fingers, and I might be 100, per minute type of a guy on my feet, but how does my feet and, the results and the consequence of my typing and my dancing connect in this world? What is the danger, of it? And he ends up with, a piece like Footnotes that is exploring, evictions, because he's also, your context is always, revealed, in the way that you do. And you are looking at the Land Act, which was a law, the thing on paper, that Milk and Honey explores. We're looking at, the commissions. You're looking at the commissions because in the commissions, they are written. The reports are, quite voluminous. And you're looking at those kind of reports and say, where did all these things, the voices and the perspectives of the people, start to disappear? And for me, those are the kind of things that, and when Bongi was speaking about, the answer for the self, when you're trying to find an answer to something. And sometimes there isn't an answer because there's not always an answer to the thing. And not having the answer perhaps is the thing, is the answer in itself. And those kind of things are the kind of elements that are brought about by the allowing for the doubt, allowing for the uncertainty, allowing for the collapse to exist as part of making. What we have done, sometimes what structure does is to try and take the collapse out. We have had situations, we are not saying it has been all smooth and sailing. We have had situations where Bron had to intervene in some of the seasons where people want structure. They're crying for the structure and they don't want to not have the structure. No.
Thank you.
Without structure, we're nothing. And it has been the belief in that idea of that there is something by the virtue of people being there and being together and collectively making, is that trusting in that that is enough for the artist to come up with something has been a gift of the less good idea. I mean, one of the things that for me was a revelation was a call from Bron from Luxembourg saying, Willem has spent sleepless nights asking himself, as one of the people who have put the provocation of the less good idea to the center, asking himself if the less good idea, the process of the less good idea was a curse or a gift. And I said, the fact that Willem still has doubts about the less good idea itself is actually the very answer as to why the less good idea for me exists, is that you will never be certain. And that kind of thing as a human being of uncertainty and trusting in the doubt and trusting in that uncertainty has been a thing that is a beauty. Then all of a sudden, I'd like, 5 minutes to go. And then the other thing that I wanted to speak to was decolonization, which is a head that, a word that I personally, don't like to associate with. Why do I not like to associate with decolonization? Is because, firstly, it is limiting us to the period of colonization. If you are doing something, it's you are anti-something. So you are anti-colonization, which means you knew nothing. There was no knowledge, prior knowledge before colonization. So I don't like that word for that, because it's like we are only preoccupied. The only lens, through which to see things is through colonization. The rest of the word is made with the word itself, colonization. The only thing that is not a colonization says DE. So it means that preoccupation with colonization is a thing. It's like you are recolonizing yourself by only looking and using the lens and the perspective of colonization. So, and for me, that is why
I was so blessed, and I'm thankful for being part of the center that I did not have to have a manifesto or decolonize anything. I can come up with ideas that are non-colonial, are pre-colonial, are not, undefinitive in the way that, things are. And in that kind of a way, this is for me the kind of the collapse and the liberation of the collective making. And sometimes you don't have the answer, and also taking out the ego in the person and saying, I don't have the answer, but the other person, the collaborator, might have the answer. But also for them to have the answer, we must also question some of the things that we do. Because often when we understand each other amongst ourselves as artists, we think the audience understands because we have an understanding. The question that I'm often fighting for is that, does it read to the audience? Yes, you and I understand each other, but how does it read on the other side? Does it say that? When you say, no, if I'm looking at that ladder, it means that I am hating the ladder. Does it read to the audience that that's a hate moment?
You can use us as an example.
Yeah, I mean, no, of course,
I hate all the time.
And that's what you, Tony, was referring to, because you're not fighting for the idea or fighting for your ego. You're trying to say, does this thing that I'm doing read in the manner that I think it does? So in the last 3 minutes, I think, Bron would, sum up what you had, and, from the 50 words per minute to the magic fit, and to the refusal of, structure, and to the love of structure. And we are not anti-structure by all means. No. We are embracing of structure and rigorness. The thing that drives the less good idea is the rigorness of trying to really find what else exists outside of this idea, and how does this idea become, and what does it tell me.
And I think that's also why Beckett is such an enduring theme in the context of the center, because it's the ultimate commitment through rigor for a search for a truth, and a continuous hunt. And it's that for me is, I think, what's defining and the exhaustive work of the center, is that it's always in search of its meaning in a way that is truthful to its moment, in that place, in that time. And the ephemeral nature of how quickly it can arrive is as how quickly it can disappear. And he, Beckett spent his life obsessing over the placement of words. So structure is welcome here. It's just, is the structure true to itself? Yeah. That's the question. And that for me is what it is that we're constantly grappling with, because that's the game of life.
And to be open to the possibilities of listening to that moment. I have to take this quick 20 seconds to do an advert. Pala and I are proud owners and parents of a photocopy machine, and it's because in the previous iterations of Commission Continuo, we had to hire a photocopy machine. It comes with its own labor. You must sign contracts. There's a whole thing. They must test your blood, and then they lend you the photocopy machine for a period. So we had to do the same now, and that process was limiting. So me and him decided we're going to go into the inner city and buy a photocopy machine. So we went and we purchased the photocopy machine, which we now own. But it's that moment where we were open to listening to what the demands of the work required. And it required for us to be now owners of a photocopy machine. And if it doesn't work out in this iteration, as owners of a photocopy machine, we're always willing to sell it, which is why I'm telling you all now that we have a photocopy machine. Because, and that's what it is, right? It speaks to us at multiple levels all the time. It's just being brave enough to listen to what that truth is and what it requires of you from the work.
Even if it means buying a photocopy machine.
Yes.
But I'm not the 2 minutes to 2 minutes to Bronwyn, and then we yes.
Just such an enormously inspiring conversation. And, I think about exactly the kind of threads of the Beckettian quality, the Kafkaesque that keeps creeping into the center, but also just, I feel that the project of the center is a continual ode to the great Sol Plaatje, who we take our name from in his translation of the Setswana proverb, when directly translated goes, if the good doctor can't cure you, find the less good doctor.
Ya re ngaka kgolo go retelelwa go alafi ngakana. That's the original.
And as an artist myself, in the founding together with William right in the beginning, I was aware of a space that I needed, which was a space that was beyond my sleepless nights, but recognizing that moment as an artist when you're discovering something. It's a kind of exquisite pain at 3 o'clock in the morning when the work is not yet birthed, but it wants to be, when you're unsure, when you want to give up and you can't help but pursue simultaneously. It's such a lonely thing, and yet we're addicted to it. If it's not in my life is much worse than that exquisite pain. So the fact that we have a space now in Johannesburg where we collectively, obsessively are able to do this on a daily basis with each other, for each other, is just the most beautiful thing in the world for me. And it just speaks to the fact that art is good for society. We don't need to prove that through proposals, reports, theses. If the artist and what is burning in his or her belly is being given the benefit of the doubt, we are unshackling ourselves of the atrocities of the past. And that for me I'm fundamental about very little, but that for me is a fundamental truth.
Trust the collapse, and please do visit us in our website. We always make sure that every process and every performance that it takes place at the center is there on our website. So outside of the works commission continua, milk and honey, footnotes, and the process of breath refrain, everything that has been done at the center from season 1 is available on our website. So just visit it and do interact with us. And thank you for being part of this panel that is the collapse, trusting in the liberation of collective making. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Amazing. So thank you so much, Pala, Bronwyn, Tony, Dominic, Rusi, and Bongi for that just incredible conversation. And we'll look forward to continuing the conversation during the group discussion, which as mentioned is planned for the very end of the conference day. So as I mentioned, if you have any questions particular to this panel, feel free to throw them in the Q&A dialogue box now, and we'll be sure to get to them at the end of the conference day. So we now have our spotlight feature, and just to provide a bit of context, throughout the conference, we've planned 3 10-minute micro presentations during which we'll be handing over the platform to local, Indigenous, and BIPOC organizations nominated by conference partners and collaborators. Today, we are so very grateful and honored to be able to introduce Gertie Pierre, who works as a cultural support worker with the Indigenous Residential School Survivors Society, a provincial organization with a 20-year history of providing services to residential school survivors in British Columbia. And Gertie so generously spends so much of her time speaking to schools, students, and community groups of her own experiences with the residential school system, her personal journey, and her journey of helping others to heal as well. So Gertie, we are so very grateful for your time today. Thank you for joining us, and I'll pass it over to you.
I think I got all this in front of me. Well, I was going to talk about my story on residential school. Excuse me, I attended residential school, and when I was there, it wasn't a safe place. It wasn't a place where I learned good skills, to help myself after I left school. It instilled in me a lot of negativity. You know, they always called me stupid. They called me dumb. They called me like ignorant, that I would never ever amount to anything because I was so stupid. And that, you know, there was a tape in my brain that, you know, I remembered, you know, for many, many years. I never ever thought that I would be um, an educated person or someone that was, you know, of value. Because when I when I left residential school after all the physical, emotional, psychological, sexual abuse and that had happened there, I had a really hard time and trying to fit in to society. I felt like I wasn't going to be able to do anything for helping, you know, even my own people, because I felt so belittled and so um, like incapable of doing anything for anyone. I, you know, used to be a chronic alcoholic at one time because I I didn't think much of myself. I, you know, had drank until I was 40, 35, 35 years, I think it was. And then, you know, thinking about what I was doing to my life, I was, I had 4 children. You know, I was married. I ended up being separated. My kids went to, was taken away to the ministry because I drank so much. So, I really tried to end my life so many times. I, you know, took pills. I ended up in hospitals. I don't know how many times in a ambulance because I had overdosed. And I just wanted my life to end because I felt like I wasn't a good mother, um, a good wife, a good daughter. Um, all I wanted was to be dead. But I don't know. It was one morning I woke up and um, I got a phone call from my brother, and he told me his wife had died and asphyxiated, you know, from drinking. You think you think that would smarten me up? I remember that date. It was January 30th, 1981, and it didn't. I just kept on drinking. I wished I was her. And then on March 8th, 1981, I got another call from my sister-in-law saying her sister died from asphyxiation from drinking. And I don't know what it was that day. I remember having all these liquor bottles all over the floor, 40 pounders, 26ers, Mickey's, everything of vodka, all empty. Why I didn't, um, you know, die from alcohol poisoning because I drank so much that weekend. And I was half cut when my sister-in-law called me about her sister, and I decided at that moment I wasn't going to drink anymore. I went to see my social worker next day, and I told her I wanted a treatment center for myself, my husband, and my 4 children. So she found a place, and I went to Kakawis with my husband and 4 children. And you know, I never ever knew that I was an Aboriginal woman with a rich history. In treatment, I learned that I was an Aboriginal with a rich history. And when I started doing traditional ceremonies, we had sweats, we had smudges, we had cedar bow brushing. We went to the water and we dipped in the water. And this cultural worker really taught us about culture. And I thought, wow, you know, I'm so proud of being Aboriginal. I want to learn more. I want to do more with my culture. So we stayed 8 weeks in the treatment center, my husband, my 4 children, and I. And when we come home, that's what I did. I talked to my elders, especially my mom, talked to her about the culture and history of the Seashell people. That's where I come from. And she told us about the longhouses that were here and built way up the Jervis Inlet, and how she used to live in there, and that her ancestor danced, and I didn't know nothing about traditional dancing then. My husband did. He still had his culture. So we traveled around to the longhouses and learned about culture and ceremony. And I used to have two cultural workers that used to come to visit us all the time, Walker and Vince Stogan from Musqueam. And they taught us about, spiritual healing and the culture, and taught us about cedar bow brushing. When you're not feeling good, they said use cedar because, cedar's been used by Aboriginal people for many years. So, I still do that today. I take 4 cedar boughs, and before I even take them, I go to the cedar tree and I bring tobacco and offer it to the cedar tree. And I ask the cedar tree if I can take 4 cedar boughs to brush myself off because I'm feeling really heavy in mind, body, and spirit. So I'm by the creek when I have these cedar boughs and I brush myself off 4 times, all through my body. And then after I'm done, I'll take the cedar boughs and I'll throw it one by one into the creek. And I'm praying, that I get the cedar bough brushing healing that I need. And it helps me a great deal. I continue to do that today because it's such a beautiful healing. And when I left treatment, I worked. My employee from the band wanted me to work there, and I worked for 5.5 years as a family support worker. And I remember he said, "Gertie, I want you to go back to school. You are such a good worker. Go back and get your BSW." And I thought, wow, I've been out of school for over 20 years. I don't know if I can do that. He said, yes, you can. So I decided to do that. I took 1 course a term, and then I took 3, and then I took 5. And pretty soon I was at the University of British Columbia, and I was taking my 5 courses, and then I ended up graduating from the university. I was so proud of myself for, achieving this, because I never ever thought I was smart enough to do it. And I graduated with my Bachelor of Social Work at 65 in 2011 with my daughter. Her and I both went to school together. And after I graduated, I worked downtown. Well, first I worked at Gianna House for women with addictions, and I was a support worker there. I worked there a year. Then I worked downtown East Side. I worked at the Aboriginal Front Door and did work for downtown East Side people. And then I worked for the Aboriginal Policing Center for a year or so. And then I saw the job for the Indian Residential School. So I thought, well, I'm going to try that. And I did. And 10 years ago, I applied, and I've been working there now for 10 years. And I think, working for the Aboriginal, I'm at the Indian Residential School, I really, really am blessed and honored, to work there because, there's a lot of people that need support from attending residential school and the trauma that they suffered from there. I suffered a lot, of pain and suffering there. Um, some people, that I work with, a lot of people, in fact, have so much pain, so much hurt that they suffered from the school. And I do what I can, to assist them and make sure that they can, get um, counselors within their communities or wherever they live to continue counseling for themselves so they can get on the road, to help themselves to get off, alcohol, or if they're on drugs, or if they're, in pain from the trauma that they're suffering. And, I always tell them, it's it's possible, to heal yourself because, each one of us are healers and we can do what we can to continue to walk the red road. And, the hardest thing in healing for me was forgiveness. And I had to learn to forgive myself first for what I did to myself because, I did a lot of things that hurt me in my lifetime and I hurt a lot of people. And I learned to forgive, the residential school for the trauma they did to me. Because if I couldn't let that go, I couldn't get on with my life in a good way. So forgiveness is the thing that, I had to learn, the first thing in treatment. And then I could forgive, all the people that had hurt me, my family, like my mom and dad, and raising me. I had no idea, the reason why they were so mean to me. And because they didn't have the tools when they left residential school. The only thing they learned there, was the same as what I did, the physical, emotional, psychological, and sexual abuse. They were suffering from all them traumas also. So when I came home, I remember from treatment, I didn't say, "Oh, I forgive you for everything you did to me." I just learned to love them until I lost them to the spirit world. And I thank them for, doing the best they could to take care of me. And, they did, they tried their best to try and help me grow up to be a strong person and, to do the best I can as a mother and, be a good parent. But, I knew I had to do my part in my life to continue to get the skills and try to be a good parent and a good, I'm a grandma today and a great grandmother. And, I try to do what I can to be the best mom and the best grandma and the best great grandma to my children, because I know that if I can instill in them, what I have today, like culture and the history of our people. I teach them at a young age, about where we come from and who we are, and how we are, proud Aboriginal people, and we need to continue to use our culture, in our lives to help us to continue to be who we are, because our great grandfathers from way back, they always used the traditional ways to help them to survive, to be great hunters, to be great parents. And I remember my great grandmother, she was a counselor. Today you don't call them that, but she used to support the young mothers that didn't know about marriage, and help to support them to have a good relationship and to have a good, to become a good mother and a good father. Because, the girls a long time ago got married at such a young age, they had no idea what their duties were as a wife. And she used to help them, to be the best they could be in being a wife and a mother to their children. My great grandmother was a medicine woman, and she did a lot of healing, with her traditional herbs and everything that she learned from her great grandmother way back when. And my mom said she'd go with her to go and help, find all the traditional medicines in the forest. Because they say, you don't need a church, to go into and pray. Your church is a forest. You walk into the forest and there's your healing. And, my grandmother, taught my mom about different plants that were of healing to our people. And she would, make sure that they would be handed down. And my mom said, she was so young when she went out with my great grandmother. She was 9 years old, and all she wanted to do was play in the forest. And when her grandmother would bring her home, she'd prepare the medicines, and she didn't really watch her, and see how she prepared. She remembers some of them though, and she's handed it down to us, and we use what she has taught us to help us to heal from these traditional medicines from the forest. We know where they're at, the medicines, and it's sad to see that they are starting to chop down all the trees, and the forests are becoming bare, and try and look for the medicines that we want today. It's they're getting lost. They're not being found as much as they were in the past, because we depend on that, for our healing, for whatever we're going through in our lives. And I really believe that we have to continue to go out into the forest and find these medicines and use it for the things that we need to do for helping our grandchildren and great grandchildren with healing for themselves, and teaching them, what medicines in the forest that they could use to help them with their healing. Because, our culture, for years and years and years, my mom said that our people always used it to help, with diseases that they can't even heal today. She said that they use different kind of herbs and in the forest to help with healing for the people within our community. And I wish that she had taught us a lot more, but we do have some that we are using. And I know, even with the Indian Residential School Society, we have an elder that is using traditional medicines, and he's put a book together. And I told him that I really want to be part of his program, so I could have this book too, so I could learn more about our plants, because we have different plants all over the place, all over the world. They have different kind of healing plants, and we can benefit from them for helping us to get back to the way it was in the past. We don't need prescription medication, to help us get back our health, because I think, the prescription drugs are just making more illnesses. We find that, with our people within the community, because I know my husband had cancer, and, he went through um, healing from these doctors, and it didn't help him. It made him worse. And we've tried our traditional medicines, and people have sent him some traditional medicines from up the valley in Chilliwack to help him to get well and be cancer free. And they don't like to let others know what kind of medicines they're using, because they feel that these forests would be raped of the traditional medicines that they're using. So they keep it just to within their communities and within the elders and the people that they're helping to help them to heal from whatever they're going through. And I think I feel for myself that if I didn't uh, um, decide to stop drinking and get on a healthy road, that I would be laying in the graveyard with all my brothers. I have 4 brothers up there that are there and 2 sisters. And I have one older brother alive today, and he don't drink anymore either, but I know that I could be there with them if I didn't decide to quit drinking alcohol, because I was a real chronic alcoholic, and I thank the Great Spirit, for helping me to sober up today and do the work that I'm doing, because I know that I would not be able to do anything today without, knowing more about my culture and my way of life. Because I believe, in the longhouse ceremonies, and I love to go and, a longhouse and, watch them do their ceremonies, because it's such a blessing. And it, gives me the strength that I need, because once I walk out of that longhouse, I feel so much stronger in mind, body, and spirit. It gives me so much strength. And I thank, the people that are doing this. I know with COVID, we haven't been able to do that now, going on 2 years to join in longhouses. But now, that it's slowly going away, the COVID, we hope that we can start gathering again and start joining together to have our ceremonies and, have it part of our lives again, because we are so lost without it, especially our elders. Our elders were so lost. I've heard them say, they feel like they're back in residential school because they're isolated, and, they no longer can see their loved ones, their families, their grandchildren, great grandchildren, because they have to be at home and they can't have any visitors. And now that it's opening up more, they can start having family come visit them and start being part of their lives again. Because it was so sad when I was listening to the news this week and heard that I think there's 357 elders that had passed away in BC alone from um, being by themselves and dying, all alone because of, the isolation and when it was really hot, it was too much for them and unbearable, and they ended up, dying alone. So I'm really happy now that, um, our isolation isn't as bad and people can start going to visit um, one another and taking care of each other. I thank, I thank you all for everything that you're listening to me and sharing. It's an honor to be here and talking to you all. Thank you.
I'm muted here. Thank you so much, Gertie. We are so blessed and grateful and honored for your presentation today. Really, we can't thank you enough for your generosity with your time and for sharing your story and your journey. We have so much to learn from you. So thank you so much, and we so appreciate your time.
Yeah. Thank you, and take care and have a safe day today. Bye now.
Thanks, Gertie.
Yeah,
Bye.
bye.
So hello everyone, and we'll take perhaps just a 5-minute break before our next panel. So feel free to take a moment, grab a glass of water, or depending on what time zone you're joining from, grab a snack or a lunch, and we'll see you in about 5 minutes. Okay, so welcome back, everybody, and we'll now get started with our second panel of the day, titled The Rhythm of Homing, moderated by David Garneau, in conversation with Zab Mabangu and Diane Roberts. So a big thank you to David Garneau for organizing this panel, and it's a really great pleasure to introduce you today, David. So David Garneau of the Métis Nation is Professor of Visual Arts at the University of Regina, and his practice includes painting, curation, and critical writing. He recently curated the Biennial of Indigenous Art in Montreal with assistance from Faye Mullen and Rudy Aker, co-curated with Kathleen Ash Milby. Transformer Native Art in Light and Sound at the National Museum of the American Indian in New York, with Secrecy and Dispatch with Tess Alice for the Campbelltown Art Centre in Sydney, Australia, and Moving Forward, Never Forgetting with Michelle Lavallee at the Mackenzie Art Gallery in Regina. And David has recently given keynote talks in Australia, at Torowe, sorry for my mispronunciation, the US and Canada. So thank you so much, David, and I will pass it right over to you.
Thank you very much. Jazz, can you turn on my camera? I'm still blocked, it seems.
You should be able to turn it on, David. Are you getting that?
Now I got it. Thank you. So good to see you and Zab and Diane. Thank you especially, Elder Carolyn, for helping us engage in a good way today. And thank you, Gertie, for your life teachings. I'm still kind of breathless. This is a living legacy. And Jazz, thanks for keeping us organized. And thank you, Lisa and Dana Griffin Art Projects and Urban Shaman for the invitation. I'm honored by the opportunity and thrilled to share and learn with my colleagues. And so I'm speaking to you from Treaty 4 territory. And for those of you unfamiliar with territorial acknowledgements, these are important courtesies that remind us of the relations and obligations that make our existence in a particular place possible. And often these acknowledgements are rushed obligations. Their weight and implications are blurred by recitation rather than resuscitation. And given the nature of our conversation, I'd like to take a minute to deepen my acknowledgement from the place that I'm coming from. So the numbered treaties are legal and sacred covenants between the Crown and the original inhabitants and stewards of the Great Plains and North Central woodlands of the territory now known as Canada. The Crown is the legal name for the British government, whose rights in this matter were transferred to Canada's Crown at Confederation in 1867. According to British law, Canada's legal existence depends on written settlements with the people who were here first. Treaty 4, where I'm at, which is southern Saskatchewan, a little bit of Alberta, a little bit of Manitoba, is an agreement between, on one side, settlers, but also their heirs, and anyone accepting the social contract of becoming a Canadian. And on the other side, the people then known as Indians. And in this case, in this territory, that's the Nehiyawak, that's the Cree, the Anishinaapic, the Saulteaux, the Dakota, Lakota, and Nakota, also known as the Assiniboine peoples. The spirit of the treaties is that in exchange for sharing this land, First Nations people are compensated, have reserved lands, and special rights in perpetuity. Elders understand the treaty is with Creator. It's a sacred obligation that includes our other than human relations. For Indigenous people, the idea of title to land and its surrender isn't conceivable. Treaty is an agreement to share responsibility. I acknowledge that in addition to the treaty signatories, this area was shared at various times by the Métis, Blackfoot, and ancient others. I recognize the elders, knowledge keepers, land protectors, and cultural producers past and present. So myself, I'm Métis. I'm a descendant of the Riverlot people, Eleanor and Laurent Garneau, who in 1872 moved from Red River to Beaver Hills, also known as Edmonton in Treaty 6, where I grew up. And now I'm a grateful guest here in Oscana, Regina in Treaty 4. Before introducing my guest, Diana Roberts, and Zababungu, I will talk a little about one of my art projects, a performance with a statue. Mostly I'm a painter, I'm a person in a studio. I do a lot of collaborative works, as Jazz's list of the curatorial projects I've done in New York and Regina and Australia show. For the last 6 or 7 years, I collaborate with another artist, in this case, always women, Indigenous women, and I'm also working on public art, which is a lot of collaborative work. In this performance, it's a bit of a collaboration. I worked with others, but mostly it's a personal expression. And I decided to introduce myself this way because of my guests that I've invited on this panel, work with the body. And I have to say, it's hard to say, well, so Diane invited me to dance with her, to move with her in Banff at Primary Colors maybe 3-4 years ago. And I just couldn't make myself do it. And I keep thinking about that kind of physical anxiety and what I saw, the pleasure and joy in what she was doing and Zab's doing. Zab and I collaborated virtually on a drum piece recently. And so that kind of anxiety, that social anxiety, physical anxiety is also manifest in this performance that I'd like to share a little bit with you. And that I did it because I had to do it. I'm a rather introverted person, but I had to do this thing. So I'm just going to share this before talking a little bit about our topic and introducing my guests. So what I'm going to do now is share my screen, and hopefully this all works. Slideshow, current slide. All right, so I moved to Regina here from Calgary, which is a nearby province, about 8 hours, 9 hours drive away. And when I arrived, I knew I was coming to a colonial city because it was called Regina for Queen Victoria, and this is Victoria Park, and this is John A. Macdonald. And in getting to know the territory, I walked around a bit, and I was astonished to find this statue. This is a statue of John A. Macdonald, also known as the Father of Canada. And he hung, or is responsible for permitting, allowing, requiring the hanging of Louis Riel, who's the father, so-called, of the Métis Nation. And I was quite shocked growing up in Alberta. I never saw this person. It was in our history books, of course, but I never had to encounter him on the street. And there isn't a statue like this in all of British Columbia, all of Alberta, all of Saskatchewan, all of Manitoba, Western Ontario. So half of Canada didn't have one. Victoria, BC, of course you'd expect they had one, but they got rid of it a couple of years ago. It was right in front of the city hall, and Indigenous folks felt they couldn't enter there with this demon haunting it. And so I had a personal reaction. I didn't know what to do. I didn't want to cause trouble. So I would leave nooses on November 16th, the anniversary of the hanging of Louis Riel, in the city. So here's this statue put up as a deliberate provocation in the city where Riel was hung, and John A. never even ever visited. So every year I'd leave this rope, or usually just a small one, just a little token. But eventually I was invited to do a performance. Oh, before that, I would go into the store, you buy these little packages of John A. Macdonald's, and I would slip in, you can see there a little noose, and then put it back on just in the shelf so people would children would get a real sense of what the hell this guy's about. So the performance I'll just describe in brief was a very cold day in February. I also did this performance. So here in Regina, I found there was a statue in Kingston, and a curator brought me out there. That's the place where John A. was actually a member of parliament for. And then also in Ottawa for Canada 150 celebrations, I was invited to do sort of a counter monument with the statue there. So this character in a suit, felt suit, kind of like Joseph Boyd's felt suit, a hood, was bringing some objects, some sticks and a suitcase, and tied to his feet are money bags, because John A. Macdonald, after the first Riel resistance or Red River resistance, he was sent into exile. He had to flee exile, even though he was voted a member of parliament several times, and he was paid off by John A. So here's the ghost of Riel coming, confronting the statue, returning the money bags. And he tries to petition the statue and talk about Métis rights, Indigenous rights, and so on. And I was interested, though, how Riel's statue in Winnipeg is almost identical to the one of John A. Macdonald. And it got me thinking during the performance, actually, or while I was doing the rehearsals for it, it wasn't really scripted, that there's something wrong altogether here, this monument to two men, rather than some kind of living monument. And so what happens is I cover John A.'s eyes so he can't see what's going to happen next. And it was so interesting listening to the last panel. I don't talk about decolonization. This is a decolonization project up until this point. And then after this point, it's a non-colonial project or following a Métis methodology. So John A. is not entitled to see the ceremony that happens. Those sticks are made. It was a travois before, and now it's a teepee. I take my coat off. I'm wearing a Idle No More shirt, and I do a smudge for ceremony in that space. And then I depart. And so I did this performance in several other locations, as I mentioned. But the main part I want to talk about is, what does it mean to home? The prairies, the plains are my home. I was born, I was raised here. Many generations have raised here, Indigenous heritage here, as well as my European side, of course. The Métis are a mixed group of people. But what does it mean to home here? And it's a perpetual negotiation. It's a perpetual performance of home through a process I think of as homing. You think of a homing pigeon always returning. And I also think as migration as territory, that territory is not a site, but a motion of objects brought into relation through movement. So that's why I invited our two guests, who I'll introduce very quickly here. So our project, I won't read the description, we had it before, but in a nutshell, the reason why I invited these two is Diana worked with a little bit before, and she's a Garifuna person, and I'm really interested in how truth and reconciliation has been seen as a reconciliation or a dialogue between Indigenous folks and European white Canadians, and that seems to miss a huge narrative, and certainly the one I'm least interested in addressing, because as was mentioned in the previous panel, it centers the colonizer and colonization. I'm interested in these more complex relationships of new Canadians and how we can build something together that doesn't ignore the past, but isn't centered on it. So Diane Roberts is a director, dramaturge, writer, and cultural animator who has collaborated with innovative theater visionaries and interdisciplinary artists for 30 years. Her work has been seen on stages across Canada, and her reputation as a mentor, teacher, and community collaborator is internationally recognized. The stories, you know, it's so ridiculous reading these things because you guys are so fantastic. You almost want to do a show of Zab moving, and anyways. I'll continue. The roots of storytelling and multidisciplinary art forms, mixing ritual, song, dance, storytelling, live art, and theater, drive her practice as a director, dramaturg, and cultural animator. Her intuitive style inspires artists of all disciplines and cultures to unearth their authentic creative impulses. She's a PhD candidate in interdisciplinary studies at Concordia University in Montreal. And Zab is the founder and artistic director of Zab Mabungu Company Dance Natya. I'm probably saying that wrong, in Montreal. Her choreography combines traditional African and contemporary dance. In 1999, Zab received a great homage from the Minister of Culture for Cameroon for her, in quotes, talent, creativity, and all her efforts to develop and promote theatrical art, close quotes. In 2003, African Conference, The Business of Dance, in Toronto, recognized her as a pioneer of African dance in Canada. With this international reputation in arts, research, teaching, her work as a performer, writer, lecturer, philosopher, Zab has made a significant contribution to the theory and practice of art and cultural diversity. So Diana is going to talk for about 15 minutes and then turn over to Zab. And then I'm going to have questions that I'm just sort of animating conversation between the two of them and a little bit of myself. So Diane, you're up.
Thank you. Oops, unmute myself. Thank you so much, David. And hello, Zab. Nice to see you. I am currently in Takaranto, which is the territory of the Haudenosaunee, the Ojibwe, the Anishinaabe, and the Huron-Wendat peoples, and the Mississaugas of the Credit River. I'm visiting my mom here, and I'm actually traveling back to Montreal, or otherwise known as Jojoke, this evening. But I just do want to say what an honor it is to be part of this panel. David, I remember that moment and I felt so guilty because I think I singled you out to step into the middle of the circle and offer a gesture, not knowing about your social anxiety as you described it to me afterwards. But I remember that moment because you did. You stepped into the middle of the circle despite any fears, and I remember that moment. And Zab, Zab has been an incredible teacher, mentor, friend, auntie, cousin, family for me as I've gone through my journey of creating the Arrivals Legacy Project, which is the project I'm going to speak about, excuse me, this afternoon. So I just want to acknowledge that legacy and the many legacies that I carry with me with artists that have been that have carried an important journey that has allowed me to work in the way that I do. So I not only feel it's important to acknowledge the territory and the lands and the peoples in the lands, but it's also the peoples that have brought me to where I am, including my parents, my grandparents, my great-grandparents, but the family that we wouldn't necessarily call family in the Western. We would call them friends, but anyway, I'm going on. So let me just jump in. I'm going to share my screen. And I just want to make sure the slideshow, you can see the Arrivals Legacy Project reviving. Yes, you can see that. Okay, great. Fantastic. So the question I begin with is, what are the legacies we carry? And what are the legacies we might choose to leave behind? Founded in 2003 as a creative engagement tool for displaced Indigenous, migrant, immigrant, and other communities, the Arrivals Legacy Project is designed to unearth embodied root cultural practices and authentic creative impulses through ancestral connections. The strength of the Arrivals process lies in its application as a story generating and community development tool to ignite, negotiate, and reconcile diverse perspectives, proving itself to be a powerful initiator and developer of collaborative artistic creations that address transdisciplinary, intergenerational, and cross-cultural concerns. Through Arrivals, we enact an approach to collaborative responsibility that is geared toward particular centers of gravity that are rooted in the body and infused by the spirit. As a result, the process itself demands a level of engagement that contradicts the traditional role of the artist or researcher as knowledge producer by asking them to step into a state of unknowing and to grapple with what is potentially unknowable. As participants and co-facilitators, we strip ourselves down to face, experience, and embody our own ancestral legacies and our mythologies, while deeply witnessing this process in others. The practice of deep witnessing implicates us in each other's stories, causing us to sneak under each other's borders and to compassionately entangle ourselves in the histories or legacies that might otherwise divide us. Through arrivals, we draw on our individual and collective ancestries and journey towards arriving at the rediscovery or the discovery or recovery of root cultural practices as a creative storehouse for cultural production. We carry a legacy. There are stories, mingled in blood, buried in bones and breath, stories waiting to be told. Our bodies naturally make images consciously and unconsciously. This is not only for communication, but in response to our environment, our history, our experience, our needs, and our desires. When we create story from these images, we increase our ability to see and capture them in space and time. Since indigeneity is linked to water and land and all living things, how do we change the language of ownership or one's sense of rootedness? The African storyteller has often been described as a chameleon. Sing out the tempo of loketo, turn left, then right. They change with the shape of each story by bending themselves in service. This ability to adapt one's essence, one's very being, can have both positive and negative implications. What if, for example, the story carries you across the ocean against your will in the dank and dark hold of a vessel headed for a new world? Adapting to this story might require you to actively and forcefully forget, minimizing the horrors of the dehumanizing journey. In this crossing, the chameleon storyteller may have become the vessel, the hold, the rats, the stagnating excrement plastering the floors and walls, and yet suppressing the screams they will speak of rivers, suppressing the stench, the whip, the oppressor's fist and dick, and still they will rise. Forgetting in the new world becomes not only a strategy for survival, but a rite of passage. My father's crossing from St. Vincent to South Wales on the SS Madinina was an easier one. His journey was by choice. A runner and high jumper for the Commonwealth Games, he left home filled with the hopes for the future. He left the land, his family, his friends, and all that he knew to learn more, to grow, to forge a new path, leaving home and inadvertently erasing home. And my story picks up in Canada, curious about crossings and lives lived there and then, in residues and conjecture, searching through past and unexpected clues found on the land I now call home. I imagine the there and then in the here and now. At times, the worlds feel far apart, the answers unreachable. The context for the Arrival's legacy work is, has been, and will continue to be the colonized body. And although I begin from a personal contextual framework, the Arrival's legacy process in its development reveals its universal application for cultural reclamation. We are living legacies. We gather, deposit, and imprint residues in every interaction with our past, our present, and the world around us. The motivation behind Arrivals comes from many years of witnessing the profound disconnect that so many racialized artists in North America experience about ourselves, our environment, and our cultural histories. One cannot discount as a contributing factor the lingering effects of colonization, migration, and the forces of assimilation. For Afrosporic peoples, this alienation is compounded by anti-Black racism, dehumanizing violence, and the deracination of our contributions to modern culture. We carry a legacy. My co-panelist, Zab Mabungu, once said to me in response to a movement sequence I was traveling through space with, "Carry your weight, Diane," she said. "When we carry our weight, we carry our full potential." When we put ourselves into a situation where and when our creative bodies and breath and voice and mind can thrive, a space of letting go, or a state of letting go, we begin to tap into an abundant source of inspiration. In the environmental movement, we learn to reduce our carbon footprint. In ceremony, we learn that we must deepen our footprint, step fully into our stories, and let them unfold around us. Poet laureate Derek Walcott speaks of the roughly hewn beauty of our inherited fragmentation as Antillean peoples. Break a vase, and the love that reassembles the fragments is stronger than that love which took its symmetry for granted when it was whole. And if the pieces are disparate, ill-fitting, they contain more pain than their original sculpture, those icons and sacred vessels taken for granted in their ancestral places. At the center of this process is the acknowledgement that everything we need to draw on for inspiration is stored in our bodies as stories and fragments of stories, mingled in our blood, buried in our bones. In the performer's village, the witness is as important as the performer. We discover that there are several layers of witnessing. As witnesses and performers, you are in the village circle, witnessing yourselves, your fellow villagers, and the shifting and changing environment around you as you collectively move closer to the creative fire. Through the Arrivals Legacy process, we uncover what we need to navigate our root cultural traditions. We recall and engage with our inherited practices and find, create, discover new practices that address our contemporary and ancient longing for connection. In our need to navigate conflicting cultural protocols, we find ourselves uncovering deeper truths, translating them from contemporary gestures into ceremonies and rites of passage. We collectively and individually reclaim gestures that give us a sense of deep knowing, valuing the wisdom of embodied archives in dialogue with written archives. And finally, we consider the process of landing. We witness ourselves through our chosen ancestor, who in the process of their landing might have been forced to reconstruct new identities. We trace ruptured continuities and develop new ways of seeing ourself in another's land. And through this, we lean into the possibility of weaving a new kind of knowing. There are stories, under skin, mingled in blood, buried in bones and breath. We are called to carry these stories, to deepen our footprints, and to provide a clear path for those that follow. And that's my presentation.
Wow, wow. Thank you so much. Zab? You've got to unmute. Is that in the bottom left of your screen, Zab, the unmute button?
There.
Yay!
It's a new computer, so that error was like, ugh.
Good to see you.
Okay, so I just have this thing that's in my face. There we go. Oh, how nice to be able to speak in front of you And thank you, Diane, for this presentation that is a very in-depth opening to all the things I could talk about, but I will have to, reserve myself. I'd like to first thank David for organizing this whole panel, for gathering people around such issues, which obviously not only are so important to us, but really demonstrate that we are connected. And we have been, I would say, for many centuries, through various ways. And now is the time to unfold these connections in spite of the fear of the one that thinks and the ones that think they control technologies of information. Because one of the main technology I use in my life is the drum. And so I'm speaking to you, all of you, from Tiohtià:ke, Montreal, which is the land of the Kanien'kehá:ka people, a meeting place for various groups of indigenous people, and feel blessed to be able to do so. Just completed a dance and drum workshop intensive. And we celebrated July 1st, Canada's celebration, a national celebration. We had a sharing day, and where we literally announced to the people that this Canada Day was going to be a sharing day in honor of the ancestors of this land. And what better way to celebrate this connection to these ancestors than a dance and drum workshop. So we felt that we were really we were in the right moment and place. We were gathering moment and place and people at the same time to honor this ancestry that more and more is revealing its deep roots in the world, because there are deep roots that keep really, revealing themselves in various places of the world. I'd like to very much also to thank, of course, Sister Gertie for this testimony that is showing not even, I don't use the word resilience because it is being used too much and fully appropriated everywhere. I like to talk about creative life. Instead, the idea of resilience being always putting the people who are struggling for life, putting life struggle for dignity as something that is waiting to be resolved. So we are sort of in the margins. We are always incomplete. And we are waiting for our time to join with the mainstream of progress and social and shall I say universal definition of humanity. And it seems that resilience seems to be is carrying this kind of meaning where creative life is a little bit it puts the people, ill at ease because they have a hard time thinking that miserable people are creative. That's how they perceive. They perceive the struggle, the life struggle, as misery waiting to go to happiness and progress. And the fact is that those people have shown the way for true creative life and the meaning of life. And I've heard that. I've heard that in the words of Gertie. I've heard that for the perpetrators of milk and honey. Thank you. It's nice to hear from the brothers and the sisters, South African brothers and sisters. So interesting so powerful. And precisely when they said the manifesto is that there will be no proposal, no manifesto, this is when we're talking about creative life, because life comes first. Life is the purpose. Life is the proposal. Life as it is going in the moment, life that is lived and sensed as being lived, not just projected in a future, but assumed in the moment that it is even put in danger, that it is denied. This is why probably I have centered all my work on rhythms. Thank you, David, for giving that title, The Rhythm of Homing, which allow me, I will immediately correct and call it the rhythms of homing. I think Diana heard me on many occasions saying, I am not dealing with rhythm. This is an abstract notion that I like to counteract constantly. I'm dealing with rhythms that have a personality, that have a specific agenda, that are structured, organized, and they have been organized for centuries, long time, and are able to travel everywhere in the world, able to recompose life, able to transform, recompose life, and belonging. And nyata nyata, by the way, it's nyata nyata, David, means stomp your feet. That's what it means. So that's how important it was for me to be able to stomp your feet on the land, knowing that stomping our feet is literally assuming our stepping on this planet, our living on this planet, and at the same time assuming being grateful. I've said before that we should not live as strangers. And this is a notion that comes back to me all the time, because we are made strangers by other people who are people like us, who are people. So there are people who don't like people, people who don't like just stepping on the planet. Maybe they like to step in the moon or on Mars because the planet is not enough. But the fact is, we should not move as strangers, but as belonging, and being able to state that capacity we have of belonging, and therefore to converse, to exchange, dialogue, set up those relationships in which we are made, in which have structured our own body, have made us. Again, when I think of what I saw, the excerpt of the milk and honey, what did I see? And maybe the choreographer is listening to me, but I just love the way they proceeded to tune themselves. This was a tuning operation, basically. And this is why you don't need the manifesto. The manifesto is the tuning operation. Tuning yourself to what is going on now, which means tuning yourself, putting your body in a state that it is able to connect and even absorb vibrations and what's going on. Absorb, and of course, not keep for yourself, give back. So what you absorb, you give back. This is what the body does. And this is how, actually, I call that the body's intelligence. So for me, intelligence does not have to do just with the intellect. Intelligence is the whole body's capacity to connect, to be able to give back something that it has received. And this, it's been doing it as early as being in the womb. It's been doing it non-stop, this exchange. So it is this type of thinking that has led me to, of course, think of a technique, which also is a principle, a way to understand the world and our situation in this world. Because we are situated somewhere. We're not just floating nowhere, we're situated somewhere. And in spite of all the displacements that we may go through, we also have to constantly as Diane has put it so clearly, we have to constantly reassess and then assume again our standing in this world and walking on this planet. This is a constant challenge. Why shouldn't it be? Why should we think of ourselves sitting in an armchair watching TV and thinking that we have reached the level of happiness? Why don't we understand really the meaning, and I've heard it through a lot of the people talking here, of meaning. Why can't we take on ourselves the meaning of life? Why should we think we should just receive it somehow, whether religiously, politically, culturally, intellectually, and so on? So literally, when I approach rhythms, I literally approach the means by which we can manufacture partitions of time. We manufacture partitions of time in order to be able to converse with the cosmos. Because the cosmos is a multiplicity of rhythms. It is a myriad of rhythms. It is a myriad of connectiveness and movement. And this is what rhythms and the master drummers treat. They treat that as live and virtual information together. That's what rhythms are. So those algorithms, we knew them a long time ago in Africa, as well as in America with indigenous people. They have been calling to this multiplicity, to this cosmic myriad of rhythmicity, which the body attests for in its own way of living and dying. Because life and death are deeply connected. When we think of what the poet, Birago Diop, an African poet, and this is a poem that is very well known, that keeps being cited all the time, when he says, the dead are never gone. So when he says that, and we may take it lightly, but really what was being stated here is the very pregnant concept, very pregnant and yet hard to grasp in its specificity, the concept of continuity. Things continue and go on. I place myself in the circle of dance, which, as I have heard, David knows, obviously, the circle of dance, which you will find everywhere in Africa, everywhere in America with indigenous people, the circle of dance that states this continuity in which we are. We are moving into that circle of dance. Back now to what Diane has called as one of the main contexts of her Arrival Legacy project, which is colonization. I have to say that I am probably a typical case of a child of colonization. I was born out of colonization. My mother was French, my father is Congolese. He was sent in France, chosen by the colonial powers as one of the bright indigenous, because that's how we were called at the time, indigenous of Africa, to sort of study the French in French universities. He met my mother there. And if it weren't for, because at the time he went, we were a colony, we were not independent. I have only known the independent Congo, but he has known the colony. And if it weren't for being sent by the colonial powers to France, I wouldn't be born. So I'm the result of colonization. I'm one of these métis of colonization, and which always should be taken into account when understanding the position of the métis, of course, being seen, constantly addressed to as the half-half, being partly there, and dangerous because of that, because it can either join one or the other part, you know, being tricky, you know, and so on. And so I have known the struggle. I was literally born and raised in the struggle of independence and revolution, because the Congolese people led a revolution. This is how they called it. So I was really raised in that, in the idea that the world needs to be transformed. So transformation for me is certainly not something strange, and I kept hearing about it all the time, and I kept hearing about also the reflection on what will mean tradition in a modern Congo, because African people were faced with the idea that they had to become modern, you know, become modern. You see, that also, just a sentence is problematic, you know, but this is how it was seen. We were to become modern. So what to do with tradition? This is also something that was part of the discussions, like all the time, with the elders, with the people that were leading the revolution. So because of that, being métis, talking about revolution, talking about Congolese people not satisfied with just the state they were in, knowing that they had to bring about change, not submit to the rule of the French people, and all of that, I can say that the idea of homing started really to make sense for me, even though I was very young. But I could see that there was a constant discussion. Where about now? What before and what after? And where are we? You know, what shall we do? I mean, this was a constant discussion. It was about inventing ourselves, almost, and creating a new Congo with a C, because Congo with a C is the national, the independent state, but Congo with a K is the ethnic group from the kingdom of Congo before colonization. And I happen to be part of this ethnic group, Congo with a K. So, so figuring out really your place in this world, as if you had no place, which did not make sense. There comes the dance. There comes the dance, to which, of course, I was introduced. I can't even say I was introduced to it, you know. Dance was there. It just captured more than my attention. It captured me, the whole of me. However young I was, I have very clearly in my mind this moment where I knew that I belonged to the circle of dance, and that this was home. That circle of dance was home, wherever I would be. So I had the sense already that this home was a worldly home. It was huge. It was never just specific to Congolese people or just to the Congo ethnic group. I felt immediately belonging to the whole bigger world. So the circle of dance was really giving me, it was not a metaphor. It was not a metaphor. It was not a symbol. It was the actual world. It was the actual world being there, enacted. right there with me in the middle, because nobody would stop me from being in that circle. I felt the freedom being so young with elder people, discovering that if you had a member of your family in that circle of dance, the specific relationships, the familial relationship were disappearing in the circle of dance. Like we were all linked by something bigger than the specific familial links. That also I discovered before I could even formulate what I'm saying today. But it gave such a sense of freedom because nobody stops you from expressing yourself in the circle of dance. You can't imagine having a mother or an auntie telling you, don't do this, dance this way. It doesn't make sense. Once you're in the circle of dance, you're your own person. Whether you're 2 years old or 90 years old, which is something I saw very, very early on. So I knew that was giving me my real place. That was telling me, this is where you belong. This is where you will have this unfolding of who you are and your action in this world. The meaning of what you will unfold later on is already given to you by this circle of dance. And nobody told me that. It's just something that really settled in me very early on. So when came the art practice, when I started really developing that art practice of dance, I had to figure out a way of formulating this aspect of belonging and creating at the same time. Belonging and creating at the same time, you know, knowing this deep connection, this very important notion of this fundamental, the fundamental of life, of world and movement.
Deb, if I could pick that up a bit and then pass that to Diane, and then we have about 10 minutes of a dialogue among ourselves. And then,
okay.
This is why I invited you, because you're a philosopher. And it reminds me, just what you're saying reminds me, I've just been working with some elders virtually in Fort McMurray on a public art project. And it resonates with what Gertie said earlier. There were two of the women were residential school survivors, and then years of falling apart and substance abuse and all this, and then recovery by getting on the red road. And one woman who's in her 70s now just really brought it home, and it just resonates with what you said, Zab. She said that I asked her what was reconciliation for her, and she said that it was freedom. And then she went right away to her art practice. Mm-hmm. And her art practice was in gathering the objects, the harvesting the materials she needed, making the objects, and then gifting them.
Yeah.
And it just so resonates with what you're saying, this notion of art being this space of freedom. And of course, I'm hearing Nina Simone in my ears, but that joy of the song, the joy of the dance. But also when we heard the panel just before this about it's not always fun and there's pain and sweat, but this notion of incubation, and if maybe I can pass this to Diane, is this Legacies project a form of freedom, you know, finding one's home in one's body and passage rather than, you know, being away from home or not at home, or I don't know, I'm just hearing these kinds of resonance.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. I think rather than it being an expression of freedom, it's a process of seeking freedom, or a process of understanding a deeper engagement with what freedom could be. But it's for me, it's about that nyata nyata as well. It's about the stepping, the stomping. And Zab, when you were speaking about the stomping, what I understand with the stomping, because when I attempt to teach your system, because it's a part of the work that very much a part of the arrivals work. I teach the philosophy of movement that I've learned from you, that has come through my body, and I teach what my present understanding and ongoing understanding of that is. And I think about that. I think about the relationship of our feet to the ground in the stepping or the stomping, and that it's a full engagement that is in relationship to the land itself. Mm-hmm. So that we're not stomping on the land in that kind of flat and what I would call an abusive way, where we don't even feel the response of the earth to that stepping and stomping. Mm. But there's a constant re-engagement with that present. Yeah, a re-entry in the present moment. And Zab and I were talking about this I think a week ago about this idea of being very much in that present moment. And the freedom is in that present moment, in the stepping and the feeling of that being of that beingness offers offers that moment of freedom. And then the present, being present in that beingness with the connections that you have both in the past and your gaze to the future, that makes a sort of a completeness in a sense, a completeness in the journey towards freedom. I don't even know if that makes any sense at all, but it's
yes.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
If I may
yeah, please.
With that, it's clear for me that we're dealing here with an exercise in freedom. For me, it's literally that. It's an exercise in freedom. So this is not freedom as something that's given to you, like you receive milk in a bottle. That's what I like to tell my students in philosophy, saying, you guys, you've been spoiled. You're born with the idea that you're free and that you're entitled to this, to freedom. Anywhere you go, you have rights and so on. I say, but this is not, you have to distinguish. This notion of freedom as given in a democracy, and then really the freedom as being lived. Mm-hmm. The freedom as being lived and the capacity to fight for dignity. This is where the body comes in. Mm-hmm. So instead of the freedom being abstract, we're talking about embodied freedom here.
Yes.
Freedom that is felt literally in the body. And this is why there are so many attempts to control the body everywhere. People will hint, they will try to get that body, especially if it has this capacity and to feel that freedom. And this is why I've worked so much on posture. I mean, the loketo is about posture. It's a postural, it's dealing with the dynamics of rhythmic postural. It's rhythmic dynamics of posture. That's what the loketo is. It's literally through the posture, setting up the rhythms for life, for being able to state yourself as a person on the land that you are stepping on. And it's no hazard. The fact that Black people are being killed in the streets of USA is just because they have a posture that was transmitted to them for centuries. They have never left it. The posture, the straight body with the strong back. This is all African dances, and you see that also with indigenous people who dance. All the dancers who dance to the drum know about carrying their body a certain way that is capturing the energy of the land. And this, for some reason, the cops, they see it. They don't know, but they see it, and they want to break that down, So this is how important it is, this posture, how it says so much. A posture that, for example, the heel, the féticheur, the nganga, and some of our South African brothers and sisters may know what I'm referring to, because this is a term that we find everywhere in the Bantu linguistic region of Africa. And even in Haiti and Martinique, the Nganga is the healer, the medicine man. And precisely, he can read your disease. He can read the fact that energy is leaving you, or energy is at a loss in your body, just from the posture, from the way you're entering into his, house. When you come to be examined, we will pay attention to the posture. And this is not just in Africa. You will see that in Asia, the people who have, knowledge, medicine, women and men, they know how to look for the posture and how you carrying your weight precisely. Actually, one of the expression of the drum, the healer drum, it would say, I will put you back into your weight. So that's a way of curing yourself, And talking about the Nganga, just to tell you how I've been trying to, you talk about colonization. So the problem was, of course, to, again, undo what has been done. And yet when you undo, knowing that you are literally precisely creating something that was not there, or that you were not seeing as being there. Creating, I would say, new way of looking at things, new perspectives, So when you think of the Nganga, it's interesting to look at the healer, the medicine man and woman, as a social activist. Because that's what they were in this time. Before colonial times, they were social activists dealing with relations and bodies in nature's time. That was their job, so they would have to pay attention to a lot of things that are happening in the group, in the collective, the way you relate to your family, the problems, the history of your family. How many kids you've had, how many were born okay or with difficulty. He would have all of this knowledge with the collective and acting as a social activist by taking care of the bodies and putting them in this time that they can relate to time themselves. So you are put in time to relate to time. This is the source of polyphony, polyrhythms. While a rhythm is moving this way, you have to also move into this way, understanding this way, different time codes, literally, and different parts of your body and of your brain, understanding different rhythms and integrating it, not seeing it as just a contradiction, a negative contradiction, but something that really causes advancement, and eventually that will lead to the flow. To a certain flow. So temporality, activism, and flow.
Yeah.
There's no other way, understanding when you deal with rhythms and that you have an art practice that pays attention, as we have seen just with milk and honey, for example, paying attention to rhythm and time. It was so obvious, letting the time unfold, but not as if it doesn't need my participation. Time does not unfold without my participation. I participate in it. This is why we can handle liveness and virtualness, the capacity of being virtual in a live, in a lifetime, dealing with both, the actual time and the virtual time as part of reality, of course. So,
Diane, can I ask you, we're getting close on time. And Diane, at the end of one of your videos, you asked these two really important questions that talk about this nature of legacies, but also propose whether it's art and dance as a space of freedom or some kind of agency. You say, what are the legacies we bring forward and what are the legacies we leave behind, which assumes that there's a choice.
Yes.
In Indigenous cosmology, at least from the Cree perspective, as I've been taught it, there's sort of two kinds of ancestors. There's the literal family members who have passed. And then there's almost a sense of star people or archetypal beings that are kind of like perfect forms. And they offer kind of an aspirational sense of where we're going to. And I love that idea, Zab, that you're bringing up, is that of the realm of possibilities, not just reiterating what we've learned, but something new. So I wonder if I can open that up as a way of not really wrapping up, but leading to other conversations with other folks, as that sense of agency or purpose or art space or whatever you want to call it. How does that function in the Legacies project? How do you bring that, giving us permission, or how does it happen?
Yeah, well, I mean, Zab, when you were speaking about the undoing, what came to mind was this idea of unraveling, that is the process that is most important in this sense of undoing, is that we're unraveling something that's already there, something that's there and might be locked or knotted in us, and that through the process of the arrivals process, through the movement through the process, we can unravel that either it could manifest as a sensation or a knot, or it could manifest as a new understanding of how my body moves, or how the memories in my body move to create in me a new way of seeing the world, a new way of positioning myself within the world. So there's so this question, yeah, what are the legacies we carry? Because they're there, they are within us. So we can either carry them through with disease and locked in our bodies, or trying to run away from them, or we can carry them with the circulation and the movement and the possibility for movement, and to be able to sort of share them and cycle these processes or points of stopping points within ourselves, to be able to cycle those through our system, but through the system, you know, when you talk about the world, like through the processes that make us relational beings within this world. Yeah, that is an important element, and to continue, I guess, to continue to think about, but not think in here, but to think the thinking body, like to think through our body, through our spirit. Yeah.
Think it over.
Yeah. Yeah. So I guess that sort of attaches back to the question of freedom as well, in terms of the giving ourselves permission to be in that space and to carry those legacies, to look at them and to say, I don't need to carry that anymore. But I can't not carry it without seeing it, without acknowledging it, without knowing it, you know? If that makes sense.
It's interesting that you talked about the already there, because as you know, I say it all the time with the loketo being the name of that technique, lo being the feet, the ke, the knees, and the toe, the hips. So 3 levels on which we stand, basically, and how we activate ourselves. And the lo is the feet on the ground. So you are already there.
Yeah.
That's the point. So when I tell the people, okay, you have to activate your lo, they activate as if they weren't there already. And I say, you are already there. So you have to acknowledge rhythm. Yeah. Because you're already there. So what you're going to produce is a movement on a movement. You see, within a movement. It's movement within movement. So it can only be rhythm, a specific rhythm. It's not a general rhythm. It's a specific rhythm because it's your body. It's nobody else's. You see? So that's how the unique it is, and your participation, and I use the term participation, which you have to learn to really do in life, is how do I participate? Which also means how do I contribute? It's linked. But the higher level of participation is spirituality. Yeah. Basically, learning to participate is learning spirituality. You see? So in that sense, we have to be careful. That's something, yes, that I would like to say when we talk about the rhythms of homing, which I believe art is a homing practice, by the way. Art is a homing practice, and art is a way of knowing. And no need, David, to talk about the non-rational way of knowing. You know what I think? I think that rationality is more complex than people may want to make it, you know, or they misunderstand or they reduce it because they cannot do otherwise, you know, because it's hard to think the infinite, the continuity, the extension of the universe. It's very hard to think about that. So these ways of knowing are part, rationality is part of all of that. There is, all of these ways of knowing, they're connected. Just because we don't know how they are, you know, it doesn't mean they're not there. And this is why we sing. This is why chant and singing is so important, because it's a way to connect all the various levels of intelligence. So so these ways of knowing, and like the art as a homing practice, dance involves returns, many returns, you know, and those return for us who were born really out of a colonial system first, but not just that, out of cultural traditions that practice homing, you know, literally. They tell you homing is like, for us, it's a cultural mantra. You know, when you leave Africa, the whole family is waiting for your return somehow. You will return somehow. There is no idea that things are just broken and that's it. I had to tell that to my kids. You may totally ignore Africa. They will not ignore you. You know, this is part of, the genealogy, the way we are identified as part of a whole genealogy stemming from ancestors, you know, and so on. And this is part of, it's a real cultural mantra. Yet this cultural mantra may be prone to corruption. You know, in this so-called post-colonial, you know, it is prone to corruption. And this concerns all of us who are dealing with these issues, you know, because the imaginary plays on various levels, you know, it plays on various levels, which may confuse or reveal, depending, disguise, make believe, and mockery, one or the other. So we know all of this in the struggle against the colonizers. You know, we know how to deal with. We've created all sorts of ways of moving, of doing things, and yet we may be caught by it. You see, so this is why we got to be critical about all these practices, and not be afraid in that sense of also being political about those parts, because they are part of the bigger picture of the political and human life on this planet. See, so this is something I wanted to add also. So basically, if we got to talk about resilience, we're going to talk first, as Sister Gertie said, healing. The empathy being the relational, therefore the healing based on the relational, you see? And the care is literally the manure of spirituality. Yeah, it is what spirituality is made of, is the principle of care. Caring for all of us, caring for the planet, for the animals, for the vegetation, which we are made of. We are made of these things. We can feel them. In everything we do is there. The vegetation, the plants, the animals, they're all well there. It's there. You see? So that's what it is to be human, is to have this consciousness.
So I'd like to, you know what, I feel tuned up. You've tuned me up. I'd like to open it because we've got such wonderful guests. I've been very humbled by our colleagues that have been sharing the space with us. And I wonder if Jazz, if there is a few minutes remaining, I don't know if there's anybody who had questions or wanted to pull up on all of this wisdom.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll just jump on here for a second as well, just to say thank you, David, Zab, and Diane. That was amazing. It was so great to learn more about your practices, and just what an amazing conversation, and your energy is just infectious. So thank you so much. And yes, we will be capping off this virtual conference day with just an informal conversation. I'd like to invite the panelists from earlier in the day to join the conversation. So for those of you who missed it, the Center for the Less Good Idea delivered an incredible panel morning, which was actually pre-recorded, but we have most of the panelists and Paula, who moderated, who are here with us today. So I'd like to invite Paula, Dominic, Vusi, Bongi, if you'd like to join the conversation, please do feel free to turn your video and microphone on. And at this point too, we'll keep it informal. We'll also open it up to audience members. So if anyone in the audience has a conversation and would like to join in, feel free to either type your question into the Q&A dialog box, or you can also ask your question out loud. So if you'd like to ask your question out loud, go ahead and just raise the yellow virtual hand and I can give you the opportunity to unmute. I'll just remind everyone that we're recording today's panel. So if you do ask your question out loud, your voice will just be captured on that audio recording. But thanks everyone, and I'll just open it up for the discussion.
Don't be shy. There were so many resonances between these panels today. I was thinking, hey, there you guys are. I was thinking Zab mentioned about healing, and I was really interested in what Ryan Rice said yesterday about that his work practice wasn't centered in healing. And there have been some elders I've talked to where, you know, they want to let us know that sometimes some things have a private matter, you know, healing, and that they've got these higher missions rather than just healing themselves or even healing their families. That's a private thing for some of them, but there's these other missions. And I just love that there's something extra personal, extra rational, and non-colonial, or not even part of that dialogue. And I heard that in both panels. Anybody want to weigh in on something you heard? I've never been to South Africa. And yet I'm hearing,
please come.
Yeah, because I'm hearing things that are so similar, so similar, so similar.
Yeah, I mean, Tony and I just, you know, we're doing a longer version of the Commission Continua. So we just come, you know, from rehearsal straight into the talks, and it was quite interesting to just hear, you know, resonating, you know, stuff. And the question that we're tackling today, thinking about was, you know, as we're just going through, you know, commissions of inquiry, we're asking ourselves, has there ever been a commission of inquiry into two major events of this world, which is slavery and colonization? And why has they never been? You know, that has been one of the things. And perhaps, you know, the bigger question has been, you know, are we not then just, you know, repeating the chorus of our trauma by not actually attending to it, you know? And yeah, it was quite interesting that, you know, even the, you know, the rhythm of homing, you know, also it's a cry for a home, you know, the body, you know, that embodied, you know, kind of, you know, liberation is also, you know, a kind of an expression of an, you know, our embodied trauma in a way, you know, and it's quite interesting around how the cycle of dancing also just, you know, holds people into a way of expression and liberation, you know, in that is quite profound. And that is not seen within, you know, that does not see expression within the political, you know, structures, because they've really adopted, you know, that lack of, you know, empathy and that lack of inquiry into what really holds us apart, what makes us strangers. You know, these are some of the, you know, the things that I had that are quite beautiful in terms of the resonance between, you know, the different bodies and the different souls that are, you know, across the you know, the oceans. There's a beautiful thing that, you know, Tony, you know, did, you know, about when we're writing, you know, parts and, you know, drawing into the similarities of the butterfly and the human being, and you know, the discovery that, you know, butterflies taste through their feet. And perhaps if human beings had the same way of tasting through their feet, they would perhaps understand, you know, that we are walking in, you know, on top of, or we are walking through the souls of those who have come before us, who have died
for us one way or the other. So I really like the resonances of, the expression and the lack thereof and the trauma and the entrapment and all those kind of aspects that are the long impact of injustices and the lack of empathy and, and the dehumanization that we see across. So that is my 2 cents of, those kind of, connections of that kind of, the rhythm, that we so much, want, and, and perhaps what we need to collapse more is the trauma.
One thing I heard too resonating was not only art as a space of freedom and escape and other than and a place of possibilities, but also a site of wisdom, a site of knowledge transfer, decision making. But then at the end there with Zab, and I heard it with your panel too, this site of criticality. This play between intuition and structure was one of them, but also a sense of evaluation. How is this a less good idea? What's this ontology? We figure that out. And can you tell me how, not criticism in the sense of a bad review or something, but how you create a critical space for yourselves so you're not falling into a set pattern that's already been predetermined? Can you tell me your strategies around that? This is open.
The simple thing about finding the less good idea is just trusting in the next person, and it's really housed in collective making and trusting that when two people come together, one way or the other, they are found to they are bound to find something new, and it's in that simple trust. There isn't any kind of magic that I can tell you. And also when you subtract, people's egos and the work becomes, the thing. And also listening to the periphery, listening to, when things collapse, trusting that the collapse is the birth. It's not, things falling apart necessarily, but also understanding that failure is where things are born sometimes. Chaos is where, some emergence comes, forth. So it's a simple trust in the collective making, and egos aside, and also in the holding of each other. Because sometimes when we are in there, why do you have a cycle, in Africa of people dancing is to hold. If you think, for example, Vusi is a Pantsola, there's something that I have always, seen interesting. Why are Pantsolas always wanting to dance alike, together in a pattern? Why can't just one dance that way, the other one does that? It's holding each other. It's always about, that kind of a hold. It's the thing you find in music. Why do we have chords and bars? It's the holding. It's the thing you find in dances where you can see, Milk and Honey, for example, when you see Billy and Alfred in there, it's about the holding of each other. It's about, locked in that rhythm, and in that, rhythm also is the thing that is for me quite important. Zeb was talking about Inyangas there, and the thing that I find very interesting is how at times we have made, our healing processes have been alienated, to us. We have been told they're barbaric, they're archaic, they're all those kind of things. And then when you trace, the depth of what, for example, a sangoma means, which means the person who sees the light through song, or sengengoma, then you understand how then, Africans and, Black people, often, sing, when they are in sadness, sing when they are in happiness all the time, because there's a way in which, the song becomes the healing. And that's another way of holding. And for us, it's just in that trust. Bring people together. If we are all together and our energies are beginning to sink and our egos are giving way, then these possibilities are endless.
You called that nepotism, that holding earlier, and a bit of anxiety. We call it kinship over here now.
That's beautiful.
Yeah.
That's beautiful.
Yeah. But I love that it's based on trust. Yeah, that's a good word for us to really hold on to. Does anybody else want to open this up here? I'm no longer the panel coordinator.
I'd like to just jump in quickly. With just to answer you as well in terms of like at the center, how we tend to do things when we're working on whatever it is you're working on. Say, for example, we're working on a season and there's a bunch of collaborators. It is, as Pala says, all kinds of chaos, and we're all trying to build on these ideas and work on these ideas. At the end of the day, we come together and we share, we show the work. So I can't tell you the number of times Pala has said to me, don't tell me what you're doing, do it. Show me what it is that you're doing. And we are very precious about our things because you know what it looks like and what it's going to be and how it's gonna sound and how it's gonna, how it's gonna look and all of the things. But in doing, again, that's where you find, where the cracks are. But also you become less precious about it. And then there are other voices, all these other collaborators who see things that you don't see, who sense things that you don't sense, who hear things that you're not necessarily hearing, and can either highlight something that is happening that you were not aware of, or spot the missed opportunities. And sometimes actually the idea you're presenting is better for what they're doing. And that's, again, the not being precious and letting go and saying, actually, great idea, but it's not for me. It's you can take this because it works and it serves your work in that way. And so it's like this constant cross-pollination of ideas and ways of doing things. But it's really just the not being precious and showing, because a lot of what we do is to be shown, but then we wait until the last possible moment when we think everything is fine and perfect and we've scrubbed it and polished it and yes, everything is in its place. But then you present all these missed opportunities as well. Yeah.
Thinking through doing, thinking through material is what we call it, as opposed to trying to sit there and rationalize things. The body whole is important, so it's a way of also just subjecting the Cartesian divide.
Yeah, in the arrivals process, I think of it as a pre-creation process. So it's where one sources the material one might want to extract, for lack of a better word. That was a horrible word, but to find within oneself the materials that could then go forward into artistic practice. So what you were speaking about, Bongile, is this idea of the witness, that we witness each other in our process of finding within our bodies where these creative sources, these creative fragments live, and to learn how to catch story from each other, how to catch the fragments from each other, and also how to catch them within ourselves. Like, how do these stories arrive in me? How do I catch this story at this moment or in this movement? And then where do I want it to go next? And that when we work with the alive witness within our bodies, but also the alive witness within the group that we're working within, then that process can be generative, both from an internal place, but also externally through an interrelation between people. So my story, or the stories that are arising in me from the process, is very much in conversation with the stories that are arising within you. And that, I think, makes for a really interesting and crackly creative process.
Anybody else want to weigh in? I'm just so interested in these resonances. It's quite extraordinary.
Zebe has got the hand up.
I can add the fact that yes, this witnessing process really doesn't come from a fixed place. Precisely, we're constantly moving, and this is why in the technique that I had to sort of formulate for dance, it's based on chanting. It's loketo is an onomatopoeia. that I'm sure all of you know, Loketo from Congolese people, okay, it's the hips. And the people have to activate their body saying Loketo. 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 Keto, loketo. See, you understand immediately, okay? And it has to be from an onomatopoeia because you're constantly constructing, literally, you figuring out your own presence in space, constantly singing it and formulating it at the same time and moving and changing so that you can actually witness, and the people that I teach here will say, how come I think, I see myself thinking? But it's not the thinking that you make, it's the one that separates you from the movement. It is actually the type of thinking that is in movement. It is moving thought, literally. So here, and my purpose in this was to literally counteract the idea we have of what it is to think. Precisely, knowing that as Africans and me bringing drum on stage, I was like the savage African who was dancing under the palm tree, and I could not be a contemporary dancer because I had drums on stage, you know. And of course, was there the complexity showing that the drum was literally dealing, in abstraction and at the same time the concrete world, both ways, you know, using the call, answer, and moving the body in a time that is constantly constantly reassess time while we are in time, you know. So there, the importance of the chanting and the onomatopoeias, you know, which we find now, you know, after slavery, listening to African American bam 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 boom boom bam do, and sounding like this doesn't make no sense. Well, actually, it carried in it, you know, not just memories, but partitions of time that were never forgotten, you know, that can be assessed.
It's very interesting because I mean, I remember that this loketo, you know, thing is I remember the first time that I met somebody from Congolese was, you know, chanting loketo. So now, you know, I mean, Vusi, can you unmute yourself?
Yes. Okay.
So I'm gonna try and do something here, you know, and all the people will answer onomatopoeia. Loketo. Unmute yourselves. Loketo.
Loketo.
So when I say loketo, say onomatopoeia. Loketo.
Onomatopoeia.
Keto.
Onomatopoeia.
Keto. Onomatopoeia. Onomatopoeia.
Onomatopoeia.
Loketo.
Onomatopoeia.
So it's already a rhythm and a call and response in Africa. It becomes so easy, you know, because it's the thing that we're learning from a friend of ours, you know, Mr. Feni, you know, about dadla, which means, you know, it's the gambut dancing, you know, it's da 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 da. You know, it's all those kind of the rhythms where it comes from, you know. Yeah, it's the same kind of, you know, the rhythm, you know, and it's quite interesting how, you know, in Africa, all those kind of, you know, the beats and the call and response are always, you know, key to the making.
Yeah.
You know, Mama Zep.
Yes.
Wow. I'm a sponge. I love to observe and learn and consume. You know, there's quite a lot of things that we've mentioned, which they spoke about the creative life. I would like to say, you know, this confirms the fact that we don't have to ignore or throw away what belongs in our backyards. You know, when you spoke of a rhythm, because with the dance that I'm doing, it involves a lot of rhythm. You know, rhythm is the language, and for one to be engaged in this kind of an art form, you know, it got to unleash a lot of things, and it made one to travel the world. It made one, you know, to see things totally differently. It made one to really want to reconnect with himself and try to understand who are we and where are we coming from. Because, especially here in South Africa, where we grew up, why I was saying that we are a project of rejection or a product of rejection, it's because of indoctrination that, ignores a lot of things, that belongs in our backyards.
Mhm.
With the art form, that one is involved in, that I'm practicing, it's a creative human expression, where we take care of each other, and where, for an example, when you talk about the rhythm, we don't have 1, 2, 3, 4 or 1 to 8.
Yeah.
It's the language. When we choreograph, one could start by saying tap to go ta ta ta. One would feel what is it that you are saying, and then he will try to make a rhythm out of it, and then the next one will say and things will will start to develop from there. And even when we do the lines, when we formulate the lines, for us it's about our next door, our neighbor. It's about our front opposite, it's about our back opposite. When we in the circles, it's about certain environments where we are able to take care of each other, or be in the gatherings, in the meetings, where in Xhosa they call it ukutya imbadu, where wise men, whether it's queens and kings, they will gather and share wisdom together. So, it unleashes a lot of things, and you also spoke about the nyata nyata, with a feet stepping. And then you also spoke about people who do not like people, and people who perhaps want to step on the moon, So we sort of like such people that would like to imagine somewhere else. And while we're forgetting, our connection, our roots. I think, with us, there's this say, before you even know where you're going, you must understand where you're coming from. So all of this, it communicates that. And thank you very much for your contributions. They mean a lot.
I just want to potentially pick up on a parallel that seems to be forming here in terms of the connection point between liberation, the body as thought, movement, and the breaking of language, and the idea of, the anti-colonial project that seems to be part of the question. And it seems like to me at the center, when you talk about firstly bearing witness, there's the idea, even while archived in kind of Aristotelian thinking, Aristotle, this idea of when one gains catharsis through this idea of bearing witness, and bearing witness is the process through which then one can purge the negative emotions that are experienced. But in framing that, and in this holding that Pala was talking about, and in this avowing this idea of phenomenon, dance, movement as thought, as presence, it allows one to then also escape the natural or the perceived or the inscribed in terms of how the body is read, because the body has meaning. The body has a sense of presence, and that sense of presence is codified in particular, paradigms by different notions. And for us as South Africans, that notion very much as a new democracy is still very much around identity politics, around, how it is that a Black body is framed, a female body is framed as opposed to a male body. And in that framing, it becomes really important that part of the process of unlearning part of the problematic codification is allowing new codes to speak. And in allowing new codes to speak, it means that one has to be able to dispense with, for want of a better word, the pedagogical imperative that had been there before. The system had a particular way of reading, had a particular way of articulating itself, had a particular way of understanding, especially the disenfranchised body in relation to the empowered body within our context. So in many ways, the language that we speak most sophisticatedly is the language of movement, because it is not a language that it's a language that can more easily, escape the spoken, and then moreover, it's a language that isn't bogged down by needing to be inherent in this principle of how it is that it needs to be in that context, and therefore it can be more free. It's the language that it's almost a language of freedom amongst the disenfranchised. And so being able to break away from structural or inherently overt types of making also allow for that democratization to become part and parcel of the process of making, because the hierarchies are then different. You don't have to be inherently au fait with a particular artistic code to allow yourself into a space of working. Not knowing the form is fine, but if you're trying to perform a Shakespeare, you got to know iambic, you've got to understand the pentameter, you've got to understand the context, or else the performance is rendered more moot. So in that context, it's a democratization that happens.
I would like to get some insight. In Canada, we've got this among Indigenous folks, almost a separatism among a big class, because it seems like an impossible project, and wanting our own institutions, our own ways of being, and trying to find things that pre-exist the colonial. And yet I found something really helpful in Diane when you were using the metaphor of unraveling and the notion of taking threads apart. So you're rendering the previous structure. You're looking at the lines that we have in common rather than the structure that's holding us in place. And when I'm hearing you guys talking about waiting for Godot and now Shakespeare, my head is about to explode. How more can you get any more colonial? So where you guys are at, have you found a way? Are you like decolonizing these colonial texts, or trying something entirely new that is unstructured within? I mean, what are you doing? How do you escape this paradox of finding something of value in these colonial traditions and in tradition as well? I don't know where it's our dilemma right now here.
Yeah, I think there was a period, at least in what I was experiencing in a lot of the contemporary work that we're seeing in South Africa, where there was a big drive to adapt Western classical pieces and kind of reinterpret them and own them in a way by kind of infusing them with cultural elements that spoke to the makers that were trying to, in fact, infuse themselves into these works, whether it was a Shakespeare or an Ibsen or, various others. And I think that, we've now left that paradigm. And I think that one of the things that I reflected on, particularly in the panel, was this idea of how this notion of the mainstream versus subalternate, and how the subalternate then wants to, in many ways, gain its sense of relevance and place still in relation to the mainstream, which for me has a kind of problematic paradigm within it, because it still means that you have to avow that the mainstream is the mainstream, and that there's a hierarchy to the quality of what making is, and what belongs in the canon and what doesn't belong in the canon when it comes to what is of artistic merit. But what I think has really started to emerge a great deal in South Africa, and then there was another class, there was a class of people that thought, okay, you got to disavow everything that came with that, can't have anything of worth or value, because it came from a paradigm that was impositional. And I think that actually the big question there is one of imposition. And actually what we're starting to find now is that, the work that is emerging, that is being workshopped, that is being created, that feels as three-dimensional and as rich, is trying to find a way of being with itself. It no longer needs to resonate with an other. And I think that's a really powerful way in which, it mirrors what is happening in society, where, you know, people are trying to have complex relationships with this idea of identity, with this idea of socio-political context and relevance. And therefore the work is forming itself in a way in which it is codifying itself as opposed to needing to justify itself against a different paradigm or code. So that's exciting to see, because it means that there's a kind of three-dimensionality and an autonomy to the work, and a true identity that's forming outside of being justified through another context. I hope that.
I mean, the thing that for me, you know, is interesting is, and perhaps it comes from, you know, one being, you know, a rebellion one way or the other, you know, some of these things, you know, one is also just understanding the simple thing. The question that I had, you know, throughout my school was, you know, how does, you know, what we have come, you know, what is called folk stories, you know, which in Setswana is Linani, you know, in Zulu would be Nzomi, and I mean, or Inganekwani, and all that for me has been, how are these, you know, stories that have been told from our great grandparents, you know, able to live within us for a long time without anybody owning them, you know, particularly so that you know, sense of understanding that, you know, you are a custodian of something as opposed to being, you know, an owner of something, you know, and then how that transfers into things of land. You know, where we now, you know, have, you know, systems of land where people are saying they've got title deeds for land. You know, out of the land came the paper, and you are now taking the paper as a claim, you know, to the land. How can ever a paper own land, you know, and say this is the proof of ownership of things? And that for me, the biggest thing that we have, you know, the moment you let go of understanding that you're owners of ideas and all that, but you are much more a custodian of some of these things, and beginning to define things for yourself and really listening to the voices that come from within. There's a kind of a liberation for it, and naming things for yourself in the way that they resonate with you, you know, and those who you are around, as opposed to thinking that somebody else there is an authority who needs to give you a definition of the things that you need to, you know, to be doing. And for me, that has been a kind of a liberation that I have found in the kind of, you know, work that I begin to do and that I am involved in. It is work that resonates with, you know, my truth and the truth of those who I create with. And it's as simple as that. And also just, you know, knowing that, not being, you know, afraid, you know. So I've called things, you know, the way that I felt comfortable with. You know, I mean, one of the things that, you know, I am very comfortable with is breaking, you know, down words, you know, to find new meaning into it, you know, and also just looking at some of the education that we get. For example, I am anti the word blocking when I'm doing theater, because the word blocking means you're blocking people's minds. So I'm much more into mapping, you know, but I understand where it comes from, you know, so, you know, people, you know, from the stage blocks. And then, I mean, one of the things that I've done in my plays is that, for example, at the end of plays, there's a thing called curtain call. And curtain call comes from the proscenium stage. And the proscenium stage is not what we have mostly here. So now you find people doing curtain calls, you know, when there's no curtain. And it doesn't make sense for me. Why are you doing the thing, you know, there's in the curtain, but you are saying it's a curtain call? You know, why can't it just be the end of something without it being, you know, something else like that? You know, then you start, you know, some of the things that, you know, the way that things are named, you know, some of them can be quite derogatory to the Black person and all that. So for me, it has been renaming things for myself as opposed to adopting, you know, some of the names that you know, have been given to things. In Africa, mostly we don't have, you know, stage left, stage right. You know, we do things in the circle, you know, and then and often, you know, I mean, I would experience, you know, problems when I say to people, it's like, no, we're expecting, has the play ended? And I say, no, has it ended for you? That's the question, you know. If you feel like it has ended for you, it can go. It's not, you know, and also beginning to use, you know, also the theater in different kind of ways. You know, I remember when I was doing my home at the Market Theatre, and then I asked the theatre that it was a play about homeless people. I said, then we will have to have the doors of the theatre open all the time because the homeless people don't have doors to close. You know, it's simple things like that, you know, where the story tells me what to do. I'm not thinking about what the etiquette of the theatre is, because, you know, for me, I'm paying allegiance to the etiquette of the story if there's such a kind of a thing. What is the message? What sits at the center of this story, as opposed to what sits at the center of the rules of something? And for me, that's the kind of liberation that one, you know, can begin to find in dealing with these things and honestly performing and doing your truth. You know, the word performing itself is made of form, you know, and the ing, the suffix ing at the end is action, is what you are doing to the form. It's not, you know, the other way around, what the form is doing to you, you know? So that's for me the way in which, you know, I think, you know, in terms of what the education does and what I'm able to do is to redefine it for myself. You know, I mean, Stanislavski never wrote any theory into, you know, in rehearsals and you know, things of doing. He was doing his own systems of rehearsal. So one of the things that I've always contended with is that, for example, in Africa, where there isn't, in South Africa, for example, where you find students coming from Soweto into a university like Wits, where I studied. You know, this person is taking probably 2-3 taxis to come to, you know, the school. And then this person runs across Mandela Bridge, you know, from, you know, Bree taxi rank. When they come into class, they don't need a warm up. They are warmed, they need a cool down. You know, so in Russia, where Stanislavski come from, you need a warm up. So that's the difference. You know, so if you are not taking care of, you know, you are not taking cognizance of your environment and taking somebody else and transplanting some of the things that people were doing, you know, I mean, I probably, you know, Stanislavski started, you know, and Grotowski and Brecht and them, they started, you know, with, you know, a shot of vodka, because that's what it does. Vodka, you know, is able to deal with some cold. I mean, here it's an opposite, you know, thing. In the hot weather, you know, sometimes you're going, you know, nearly 40 degrees, and then that won't work. It's those kind of things, you know, for me, it's about, you know, the, you know, contextual application. And it's not necessarily negating what they're saying. We know what they're saying, but we need to also take it in context. And for me, is that there isn't any authority of your, you can't say, you know, and I've been accused of, you know, academic, what did they say? Professor Sarah Roberts, you know, used to say that I don't have, you know, academic respect. And I said, who am I? Like, and the argument is like, I need to respect some of these people. Some are dead, you know, and their ideas are outdated. So why do I still, you know, respect what they said when it doesn't apply to my context? And for me, those are the kind of, you know, liberations that you need to find. I always said to me, I'm the one who's getting educated. I'm not here to regurgitate what education. So I need to contextualize what the education is for me. The education can't tell me what it is for me. I need to find, you know, ways. And the thing is that the academia itself is structured in such a way that the knowledge, you are told that knowledge always comes outside of you. You know, is that's why you are quoting other people. They are authorities in fields. So now the problem is here. You know, you've grown up with your grandmother and your grandfather who've taught you things without them being written. That, you know, the written word is the thing. So for me, those were the kind of, you know, things that I was negotiating and saying, no, you can't tell me this person is telling the absolute truth. I differ with them fundamentally in other things. And also I have something to say. You can't tell me that I need to silence my voice because now I'm an undergraduate, you know, and the question for me is, what do I graduate in? In other people's knowledge? Is that a thing to be proud of? You know, why can't I graduate, you know, and you tell me at the end of, you know, my 4 years that, you know, I've gotten honors. Honors of what? What am I honored in if I'm not honored in sharpening my own knowledge? You know, you're a master of what? Other people's knowledge. You're a doctor of other people's knowledge. You can profess other people's knowledge. No, that can't be true. Something must give in the way in which you negotiate space of, And for me, that the academia can't be the authority for everything. And the funny thing is that most of these people who we quote in books, some of them have never went to the same universities, but the authority is in the university, just because they wrote something about it. And then we don't listen to who have said something about it. And when you put them together, is that the difference is that the other one is written, the other one is said. That's it.
Or in fact lived, it's
even, yeah.
You remind me as well, because I mean, Palatoni and I went to the same university. I mean, Bongi went to Wits as well. And we worked very closely around each other's projects at the time. And part of this question was this kind of, this negation of, the classic symbolism of theater within the context of, the proscenium arch, this understanding and this dynamic of this is what theater is with a capital T, and trying to break away from the notion that there's a very fixed sense of this is what formal and respected theater can or can't be. And for me, the very big question, Pala was talking about my home and keeping the doors open. I did a project where it was a site-specific journey through the theater, but a lot of the site-specific work would happen away from the theater, but part of the interrogation for me was the theater space in and of itself, was the actual architecture, and starting the piece at the loading bay and doing the process of ritual and entry, and then taking a journey which would go from the underneath of the theater, and you'd end up with the audience actually on the stage, but looking out onto the auditorium and having little nodes of performance along the journey that were guided performance. And for me, it wasn't just the idea of like turning the theater on its head quite literally for the audience, but it was bringing to consciousness the act of what it means when you enter into a space, because there was I mean, and again, it's a borrowing from some of the ideas and thinking of you've got Grotowski saying that, theater is a communion. There's this metaphysical connection that audiences and performers have. And every time an audience member crosses the threshold, they're coming into that experience of the metaphysical. So it was building on that idea that, the story circuit is something that's known very much across the world in different permutations, but in our cultures very much in what Pala was referring to in the traditional narratives and in the Zombie narratives. The storyteller is as important as the story listener, because without the listener, there is no telling. So it brings the idea that nobody has a hierarchy of telling within that context. Whereas the framing from the proscenium arch, yes, is visually, for practical reason, but it's also a different way of escalating knowledge, right? You quite literally are spotlighted above others, and others have to take you in. So the notion of reversing that idea was also this idea that how does one take away the inherent hierarchy between the listener and the teller in that context, and how does one then have a sense that you're making a decision to cross a threshold, you're entering into a space, and you're now coming into that kind of metaphysical experience, but now you're within the performance, you're not passively taking the performance in. It's also this idea of spec acting as opposed to spectating, that yes, again, this Aristotelian notion of we'll plunge into the darkness and you must passively take in knowledge, because, theater was derived from the state. The state was the thing that told you. It was a very top-down experience, and Boal writes about that a great deal, and in deconstructing the kind of superstructure from that perspective. But it becomes supremely interesting when you go, once it is that you've got willing participants that have crossed over into the ritual of understanding, and they're there to bear witness as much as the teller is being brought witness. that is the ultimate democratization of story. And then in that mode, once you've got an equal footing, that is when you give people social space, right? Which is another thing that people don't have in equal measure in South Africa. It's not just resources, it's not just a history of disenfranchisement, it's that we don't actually just have the same social space. You know, blackness doesn't occupy the same amount of space as whiteness in South Africa. Case in point, if there's a crime that is committed against someone that is, white in South Africa, it will be well reported across multiple channels. Yet in the same instance, blackness will experience a daily violence that is not even archived, let alone spoken about. And it's those bodies out there that are just dying there, but they don't have the same shape of meaning or importance in the apex of our society still in 2021. And then you go, so how is it that you bring into importance this? And you go like, actually, if you're saying that story is the ultimate platform for democracy, and here the listener is as important as the teller, and we're holding space for each other, then holding space and bearing witness surely gives me more space than I had before. And surely then that allows me to then enter into a space where my narrative, my experience is as important or as valid as yours. And then coming back to this idea that you're talking about, Diane, around how it is that the body then speaks, is for me, there was a really critical project in my studies, Philip Miller's Rewind, a cantata, where Sibongile Khumalo is a very famous opera singer in South Africa, takes a moment that is from a TRC archive, the TRC being the Truth and Reconciliation Commission in South Africa that, was trying to, find modes of understanding apartheid. And Mamnomonde Galasha, she goes into this moment where she's talking about a police officer reporting on the death of her husband. And she talks about this man sitting on her bed, her marital bed. The only other man that was in that bed was her husband. And this man sits there to tell her that her husband is dead and that, he's claiming responsibility, that the police have killed this man, and he's quite smug about this. And she begins to break down and she cries. And when she cries, she throws her head back and she wails. And Mam Sibongile takes that moment and she begins to sing this improvised aria out of this wail, out of this cry. And it takes the real and the raw instance that was once impositional, and it gives it a new life and extension, because now it's entered into this imaginative, creative space where Mamno Monde, in reflecting on the piece, goes, I don't know why, but every time I see this piece, I somehow walk away feeling lighter. And that sense of catharsis that she gets from that moment is because her moment has what was impositional, immovable, what Lacan would refer to as a gash in her narrative, the trauma. She can't change the trauma, but she can negotiate her experience with the trauma through the imaginative space and through her autonomy being given back to her in front of people that are holding space for her. And that for me is what is encompassing around the power of what that does.
Wow. Oh, amazing. Yeah, I want to echo, I can't remember if it was Diane or Zab brought this up, of witnessing. Witness coming out of the TRC was something that was important, but it has an Indigenous inflection which carries with it a responsibility, particularly nations on the West Coast. Witnessing as a public position in which you're given gifts and you're an outsider who's recognized as carrying that history. And so that it's not exactly objective. In fact, it's the opposite, but it's carrying that record forward. And I'm wondering if that cathartic release is exactly what you said about being witnessed, not just a solo activity, but that witnessing. And what I'm hearing today, which is, I'm mostly a painter, so I don't feel it in the exact same way, but it's this notion of sharing with others, but also there is a hierarchy. I don't buy this total flattening that comes with trying to be non-colonial or whatever it is. There's that embodied authority of transmission, that embodied authority of all that practicing and essaying. We heard the word essay as trying, as essaying or assaying, sorting out. And listening to you all, it's that wisdom of having worked through your university educations, or I'm in a university, I should say, I'm a professor. Visual arts, I just people how to paint and draw, that's it. But it's that notion, what I'm hearing so much of is that notion of authority is the wrong word. What's the right word? But you're embodying this wisdom and knowledge. I don't want to say without restraint, but you're in a forward moving trajectory. Can somebody else help me articulate what I'm witnessing here? But there's something that I want to call, it's whether it's hierarchical or not, we recognize people in our community who are elders. I recognize people who are art elders, who they never aspire to that role. They embody that role and they're necessary. And I'm hearing necessary people, necessary humans here. I don't know another way to articulate it, but I'm just grateful. I don't know if anybody wants to pick that up.
Well, I don't know if this is a pickup of that, but I'm thinking about when I teach, sometimes when I teach the history of theater at university with young students and such, and we're all supposed to teach the history of theater as being the moment from the story circle where the first actor stepped away from the story circle and became Thespis, because Greek theater is where theater started. That's what we're supposed to understand. So I started to rethink that, unravel, as it were, that idea. And yes, I speak about a simple story of the village circle sharing the story that the fire is in the middle of the circle, and we're sharing the stories around the fire. And then someone steps into the middle of the circle to become the fire, to consume that fire, to be that fire, while the village continues to fan the flames of that fire. So the person that steps into the center of the circle becomes that fire, takes on that fire, and then gives through that creative process, that story body, gives back to the village the heat of that fire, that story. And so that exchange is an important exchange that then moves forward, just no matter if you're stepping forward into a proscenium space or into whatever, that sense of responsibility of carrying the fire of that story or that image or that dance or that movement is still an important role. So when you're talking about hierarchies, I think of them as circles within circles, you know, where I often think about, you know, the drum rhythm. And I think it was in your program, Zab, that I'm thinking about. As we learn the rhythm of the drum, we learn a specific rhythm that is very much like, okay, this is the bass. And you learn that for many, many years before you move into mastering the rhythms and becoming a master drummer. But you sit and you contribute to the rhythms. You hold the base of the rhythm for a long time before moving into this solo creation, this moment of expressing yourself as an individual. So I don't know if that speaks to what you were talking about, David.
Ironically, you remind me of one of the very first papers that almost got me into trouble at university, where it was kind of around the history of theater in second year. I think Tony and I were actually writing those essays alongside one another, and the first act was, I can't remember the question exactly, but the question was asking for a particular framing of the history or the paradigm of a particular kind of theater. And my response was to reject the question, because I was like, the first plays that I know of are the paintings of the koi and the sand. That hieroglyphic is capturing action and movement, and that, you know, predates any of the play text that we're talking about within the context of this. So I can't, and went on a completely different tirade, but the important thing around why that anecdote came up for me is in the notion of what it is that you're saying around circles within circles, is that capturing the human experience ultimately is for many of the makers how they framed the context of what they were chronicling. They weren't writing a Bible, they were writing their modes, as Pala was saying. And we've taken it and we've made it Bibles. We've kind of given it this, to David, to your point, this hierarchy within the academy around this is what, best practice can or can't be. And that's not to disavow the fact that knowledge within the academy has a particular place and frame. But sometimes it feels like the academy sets itself up because the prize is unattainable to be ultimately having this sense of knowledge, so much knowledge that there's this far off place where you'll get to this Zen-like perfect state of knowingness, and actually it's impossible. And I think that the academy, much like people talk about capitalism or whatever, having its different imperatives, that's the economy within the knowledge economy. That's how the academy keeps itself perpetuating. And also, just finally, I know that we're running out of time. Within the fine arts context, it's really, really interesting, David, because technique is something that a lot of artists within our context have owned in a very, very different way when it comes to painting or sculptural practice. And that has really, really opened up in a big way. But apart from trying to escape, form is as form does, there's this also really, really big avowal in the South African arts community of performance art, and that being a very big way to escape the cube, as it were, in our context, around bringing in voices that might not have the same efficacy when it comes to the master craftsmanship of some of the techniques that felt like they were really, imposing for a lot of artists that were stepping into themselves. But I just thought.
As far just
David. Oh,
yes.
Sorry, you can go ahead.
Yeah. Talking about authority, David, a term that seemed to really bother you, there is authority, of course. I believe that there is authority. Only it doesn't. It's not related to the same context. Of course, there's authority. There's the one that carries the authority, but may not be the authority. And you carry the authority. You are the recipient of an authority that is beyond you. And that needs to be understood as it relates to the connection we make. I know pre-colonial Africa, but still now, and still in many indigenous societies, is that whatever political power there is, whatever order there is, it still has to relate to nature. So, and that's what makes the big difference. The nation state is quite recent in history in the West. When you look at history as longer than what it is now, it's quite recent, the nation state. And the Europeans have imposed the idea of nation states all over the place for colonization, évidemment, of course, in Africa. But before pre-colonial times, which is something that still needs to be researched in terms of how societies were organized, because they were organized, and with that very notion, yes, of authority. But when this authority has to constantly sort of be connected to have a connection with the fact that nature is part of one of the main authority there is. And also we have to talk about pre-Christian, no Christian societies. Christianity came after. Africa is as we call, some say animistic, others say ancestralist, which is the philosophy and the conception of order in the cosmos and in society is based on a relationship and understanding of what ancestry is, and on a bigger level, genealogy of human beings and things in the world. So this is what very much informs the understanding we have of an order and of a way of organizing society, organizing the relationships within that collective, I should say, more. And so when you talk about authority, unless you relate to these notions, this way of understanding our relationship to nature, to understand our capacities, our way of understanding authority, then we are completely, you know, it's two systems of thought, you know. And in the West, where I have to also say that the West has worked very much against its own old antique system, you know. They have destroyed their own way of relating. They used to relate. Paganism was a relationship to nature, you know, so they destroyed it, you know, and they made sure that we would do the same thing in our own societies, you know. But yes, there is, of course, a sort of, if I may not say, I prefer authority than hierarchy, you know, but the idea of authority. And if you look at the dance and the masks, for example, the mask carries, you know, when the mask dances, the mask represents, you know, a strong connection that is authoritative on us, you know, yet it is an authority, it's an authority that is itself bound to a bigger connection, to a higher participative mode, you see? So these are all things that need to be understood, including politically, to understand the way we can formulate, you know, our own policies, basically in Africa. And a lot of people in political science have been working at, for example, criticizing the notion of democracy and looking at, for myself, just as a dance artist, I have said always that the first circle of democracy is the circle of dance. This is where I've really seen active democracy, truly, among generation, genders, everything, name it, it was there. So that was my way of questioning the idea of democracy as being mainly Western. Teaching, you know, teaching philosophy has meant for me that for years and years and years, I had to open books that stated in the first page that reason was invented by the Greeks. You know, so imagine me having to read about this for years and years, all the time, in the newest books of philosophy, never giving away that main formula that the Greeks invented reason. And so here you are, and I say, my goodness, now what did we invent? And of course, the Westerners have the answer for that. Dance, that's all you do, you know, unless we force you to work. Yeah, unless we force you to work, you know, you guys dance, you know. So reason was not at all in the picture, you know. So this is something that to me was very violent intellectually, because I started studying, I was at a young age, and I could perceive the incredible, how this statement was so strong in all the books, everywhere, that reason did not belong to Africa. We were unable to reason. I mean, from all, if you look at Hegel, even Marx, who criticized Western, you know, philosophy, Voltaire, all the philosophers went on and stating that we were incapable of reason, you know, and therefore of governing ourselves, of course. You know?
Very, very interesting, Mama Zeb, when you are speaking about that, because I remember the Dr. Van Setima, who's written, you know, quite a lot about, you know, pre-colonial, you know, history and, you know, the age of the Moor, and that, you know, one statement he says, it's very funny that Greeks are seen as authorities in many things, but most of the Greek scholars had to come to Africa in order for them to profess their knowledge. So what is it that they found in Africa that, you know, they had to come here first, you know, for them to understand, you know, giving examples of Pythagoras and other things. But my walk away, you know, with Mama Zeb is, you know, the aspect of the higher participative, you know, mode, you know, as opposed to authority and hierarchy, is something that I'll take, because it's a very interesting thing because the word authority itself it shows you where it comes from, because the first word in it is author, which means, you know, the ones who have written things before. And in that kind of a way, then you can see where, you know, the biasness comes from. You know, that, you know, those who think that, you know, they invented writing and other things, you know, and that's, you know, another violence of the, you know, scholarship and academia into, you know, forcing things down our throat. So I'd rather be, you know, of the higher participative mode, you know, as opposed to being in either the hierarchy, you know, and all that, and authority. And David, the point that I wanted to make with you was, you know, when you're giving reference to yourself as a visual artist, and, you know, the center has been founded by a visual artist, you know, William Kendrick. And then one of the things that he normally, you know, does, which is, I've witnessed him, you know, work in the studio. There's one time I was seeing him drawing with both his hands at the same time. Then I said, you know, to him, how do you, you know, get into that kind of a thing? It's like, you need to activate the multiple selves as an artist. You know, there's the critic self who says you can't do it before you do it. There's the one who says do it anyway. And then there's one who is doing it. And there's the one who is observing you do it. And then there's the one who tells you all the time that you are doing, you know, rubbish as you are doing it. And then there's one who says that somebody's not going to hate this. And then there's somebody who says somebody's going to like this too much. And then somebody says you are doing too much. It's like all these multiple selves are the collective making of one's, you know, one artist in doing either a sculpture or a drawing. And therefore collective making doesn't mean just about the two people, but it means also activating all the presences and energies. Sometimes it's borrowing from dreams. Sometimes it's borrowing from books. Sometimes it's borrowing from images of sin. Sometimes it's borrowing from, you know, the things you don't like. And those are the multiple activations of, you know, self. And even in the individual, you find the collective making.
Beautiful, beautiful. I know Jazz has wanted to, oh, there she is. There you are. I mentioned at the beginning that Jazz was keeping us on track. And I'm very grateful that we've had this space to pursue all these wonderful ideas. It's just heartwarming. And I think someone typed into the messages, rejuvenating. You know, we need that rejuvenation. And it's not necessarily a recognition of others, but a resonance with others that I'm feeling right now. And so thank you so much for sharing this beautiful time.
Yes, thank you to everyone. And just in closing the discussion, I would like to invite an audience member, Pebo Fatso Mokwena, to respond to the conversation. And I'll just mention that Pebo is actually going to be participating in a virtual residency with Griffin as part of the Worldings programming. So Pebo, thank you so much for tuning in today, and over to you.
Thanks, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. Apologies, like it's really, really dark. I've got bad light. Wanted to really speak on. There's no question attached to this. In the last couple of, I work in drawing and painting, and particularly working in the language of abstraction. And what I've often tended to find is that that drawing and painting, I often find resonances in movement. And one of the reasons that I say this is because I often think about paintings not as visual objects or not as paintings, but as a result of movements of gestures and conversations between me and what I'm making a mark on. So I think that parallels and thinking about movements and gestures in a very intimate space, and you know, being able to bring the external world as well as the internal world in conversation with each other, in which you then are the medium in between said past, said you as the kind of continuous kind of presence in the present, and often tends to be which does a result of gesture and movement. And I would kind of like to tie this to Mezab's interrogation of the polyphonic, because I often tend to also find that in painting, one often tends to think about things like color, form, line, texture, composition. And so even with that, there are all of these multiple conversations at play, which are made visual. And so perhaps then I could be listening to a sonic poem, or I could be listening to something that is not inherently visual. And yet, as a human being, because of the gestures of my movement, I am able to then transform that into paintings, into sculptures, and then be able to think about movements and gestures through, like through the visual, and then being able to think about them back into the sonic as well. So then what I'm able then to do is to read paintings as sonic and not necessarily just as paintings. And I think this conversation has been incredibly helpful for me to really think through this kind of this relation, because far too often gestures, performances, and paintings are often seen as really far apart in the constellation of the creative, in the constellation of being creative practitioners. But yet I think it's incredibly intimately tied, if not intimately tied, then really together as a kind of practice towards being able to enunciate oneself. So thank you for that.
Thanks so much, Pebo Fatso. And
thanks for joining us. It's those resonance that I'm hearing over and over again that I'm really appreciating. And so often it's easy to see yourself within your discipline. And part of it was meeting with Diane, who brought us down to a very basic level of movement and in drumming and so on, that then we could see how we can move up. And I just don't want to, it's not mastery or authorship that I want to return to, but as a recognition of, in Italian, what is it? They call it the sprezzatura, that effortless perfection. And I'm listening to the articulation of the people. I know that it resides on so many years of practice and knowledge of coming to this point. And I also feel, unlike other kinds of conferences, it's not a performative, who's the smartest person in the room kind of feeling. It's more like, what about this? What about that? What about that? It's non-adversarial. And I long for a certain kind of criticism or critical reflection on our practices, rather than just a measure of pleasure or pain. And I'm getting that right now. And I just have to say how invigorated I am by that. And I thank Jazz and Lisa and Dana for making all this possible.
thanks so much, David. And a huge thank you to all of our panelists today. You've been amazing. It's just been such a joy, and we're so grateful to have you here today and to be able to listen to your incredible conversation. So thank you so much. And I will just pin my video here for a second. I just wanted to let everyone know, because I do feel like these conversations could just continue and there's so much to say. And we have actually set up a Zoom meeting. I'm going to go ahead and post a link in the chat because we'd like to invite any audience members, any panelists who would be interested in continuing the conversation to join us on this separate Zoom link. I know the webinar format is a bit strange for audience members because we can't see or hear them. So we just wanted to give the opportunity for this kind of informal meet and greet greet after the conference. So go ahead and copy that Zoom link and join us there after the closing remarks. But I would like to, before we wrap up the day, invite Griffin Art Project's Director, Lisa Baldessera, as well as Urban Shaman's Director, Dana Warren, to let us or to lead us through some closing remarks. So Lisa and Dana, I'll invite you to turn on your videos and microphones.
How do we make closing remarks? How is that possible? I'm just not sure. I think we have to just say, we're going to make some opening remarks after the opening, just to pay respect to all of you. It has been such a wonderful day. And as David mentioned, you know, to be able to witness this criticality alongside this kindness, compassion, empathy for where we are, where we hope to move to, feels just so moving to witness and so extraordinary. Thank you for creating that space. And I want to also thank Carolyn for setting that space today with her ceremony and her prayer and her talking about the using of our gifts and just how she created that space from the start of the day. And to thank Gertie for her testimony today, for her truth telling and her courage in telling her story, and what a deeply powerful political act storytelling is. I also want to thank Pela and Bronwyn and David for all of their work today and bringing you all together to meet. And I hope that you will all keep talking after. That's the dream, is that this is just the beginning of conversations amongst all of you. I also want to thank the panelists, Zab, Diane, Tony, Kahelili, I'm sorry if I'm not pronouncing that correctly, Kahelili, Usi, Bongale. And I want to thank Master Printer Jillian Ross and Brendan Kopestake for making the introductions with the Center for the Less Good Idea and Busha Sijaram, and making that connection to South Africa possible. And it has been so moving. I also want to thank our wonderful Jazz Keeler for all of her effortless coordination and all of the work that happens behind the scenes to make it look so effortless. So thank you, Jazz, for all of your work. And I want to thank our partner, Dana Warren of Urban Shaman, for coming on board with this conference and collaborating with us. And just thank you to everyone. Over to you, Dana.
Awesome. Thank you, Lisa. It feels like we're just thanking each other back and forth, but I think there's so much amazing experiences that have been shared over the last 3 days, because we did start on the weekend last Sunday. So I'm going to talk from my art side just now. Tomorrow I'm going to explain Urban Shaman and the programming we do, the current exhibition, and the artists we're working with. But as we were talking about today, Lisa and I, when we were trying to figure out how to do a closing, I said, okay, well, because I was driving back from the reserve that I was just visiting for the last few days, which is Pine Creek First Nation. It's 5 hours north of Winnipeg. It's a long drive, a beautiful drive, but I had to wake up super early. And so I managed to catch the first session in the vehicle with my coworker, my collaborator, one of my best friends, Teo Pelmish. We have created our own collective. His partner, Chris Snowbird, which is her reserve, Pine Creek First Nation. Teo Pelmish, who's Romanian. Chris is Ojibwe, and I'm Cree, so I'm from the Accomack Cree Nation, Montana Cree Nation in Alberta. And so we've been working together for many years, but then we decided to formalize into a collective. And it's kind of funny talking about structures and rigidity, because as a curator and a director, I really adhere to, I guess, those colonial or Western kind of points of view of how I do my programming and how I program the gallery. But when it comes to our collective, I really feel like there's such freedom. So as we were listening to the first session, all the things that were being brought up through the Center of Less Good Ideas, which we think is a fabulous title. All these ideas kept coming up in the work that we're doing. So yes, I am tooting my own horn and showing off my own artwork, but I really wanted to kind of come back to the idea of what Elder Carolyn Moore was saying about gifts. Even though I didn't hear it, I had a feeling I know where she was going with that. And so I wanted to gift this performance that we made on June 21st, which is National Aboriginal Day, which is kind of a very kind of colonial thing that happens every year, but it's getting more than a day. We're getting more a week now, we're getting a month. So, so we made this performance in response to that, as well as a response to honoring the land that Chris is from. It's amazing that we can always go back and visit her mom, so generous with her time and her space. And so we're always constantly inspired by how beautiful it is out there. It's so amazing. So I feel like a lot of the ideas that came up today, like turn impulse into art making, meaning making into collaboration, making works, fighting for work, make the work speak through collapsing of the physical space, refusal to rigid form, context equals site specific, democratization of art spaces, kids playing in nature. That's how we feel like when we're doing this art. The dichotomy between the rural and urban, embracing the nonsense and the absurd, testing the doubt, anti-colonialization instead of decolonizing, the artistic burning in the belly, which this will be a very literal burning. And for us, it's about sound, it's lack of human voice in this piece. We feel we're relational beings. Being on that land in the reserve, the stories mingled with blood. A lot of the residential school experience is just across the lake from us. Creative life, and for us, it's a whole body, which equals connection. So I hope people have liked this, and I know it's probably been a long day, but I just kind of want to end it off on more of a poetic note, maybe not so much on a big heady note, because I'm sure all of our brains are like totally swimming in all these concepts and amazing experiences. So I'm going to make sure I can do this. It always feels like technology kind of fails once you have to go do something. So can everybody see that? Yeah?
Yes.
Okay. So it's about 8-10 minutes. So if people have to go, that's totally fine. Take in as much as you can, and hopefully people will also join us later. And if you have questions about the piece, I'm willing to talk about it. But I just wanted to gift this to everybody and all the experiences shared today. So thank you, everyone. How is that? Can you see it? Yeah. This thing's kind of in the way here.
We can see it, Dana, but we can't hear it. I'm not sure if there's sound.
Yep, there it is. I'm going to try one more time.
You have to it's tricky when you share your screen. There's just a little box that says share sound in the bottom corner, the bottom left corner.
In this one? Okay, this way. So sorry, guys. In the bottom left-hand corner. Can you hear when it's out of the screen sharing or the when it's not on full screen?
No, it's actually when if you click the share screen button and it brings up that window, there's a tiny little tick box in the bottom left. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Okay.
Yeah.
Start it from the beginning again. Oh no, now I have to go in and I have to enter all my stuff here. So okay. I'm so sorry, guys. Nope. Can you hear now?
Yes, perfect.
I'm gonna get the sound up a little more, but So I'm gonna stop it there. We stare at the fire for a couple more minutes, so I don't want to have to put you guys all through that, but I just wanted to hopefully share that. Hopefully people enjoyed that. And yeah, if I don't see you in the social hour after this, then tomorrow, hopefully.
Thank you so much, Dana, for sharing. That was wonderful. And I've just posted in the chat again a link to the meet and greet. So we hope to see you there. We're going to jump on right away. So feel free to join us. Bye.
Thank you, everyone.